what we today would call guerrilla warfare. The Romans knew when to quit. They ceased their advance and declared the border with Caledonia to be the final limit of their empire. They built forts along a jutting cliff that ran the whole width of the country, a shelf of igneous dolerite that formed a natural barrier between the Roman lands and the lands of the Picts. One rare writing tablet, found in a rubbish heap in one of these forts and dated to the year 92 AD.
The Britons are unprotected by armor. There are very many cavalry. The cavalry do not use swords, nor do the Britunculi take up fixed positions to throw their javelins.
The word Britunculi is interesting because it has never been seen in any other Roman source. It's a kind of slang that loosely translates to nasty little Britons, and it gives you a sense of how the Romans felt about their new subjects. In the year 120 AD, the Emperor Hadrian visited Britain, and he was dismayed to find the Roman troops there still beset with rebellions and raids. But he was impressed with the natural fortification given by this ridge of volcanic stone they were camped on. He ordered this barrier to be made more fortified, with the construction of what would become the largest Roman artifact in the world, a mighty wall stretching 135 kilometers from coast to coast. This border wall would be known as Hadrian's Wall, and the Romans defended it with garrisons of infantry and cavalry, stationed in a string of forts all the way along its length.
Hi, Renee. How are you?
And the Romans weren't satisfied with this border. They would make multiple attempts to push it further north into Caledonia, but all of these attempts would fail. At one point, they even built another wall, known as the Antonine Wall, 160 kilometers further to the north, at the narrowest point of the British Isles. It spans 63 kilometers from coast to coast, but it turned out to be useless. The land of Caledonia was ungovernable, and the Antonine Wall was abandoned each time it was tried, its stones left to crumble into the peaty earth of the Scottish moors. But Hadrian's barrier stood. Rome led occasional scouting parties out into the space between the two walls. They went to barter for truces, exchange hostages,
well, quit typing,
initiate
John.
trade.
We love you, man.
And the Romans knew when to spot a bargain. Vast hordes of Roman coins found north of Hadrian's Wall suggest that for at least some of the time, Rome was paying the Picts to hold back their attack. Meanwhile, south of this snaking line of stone, Roman Britain settled into a restive peace. There were uprisings at first, the most famous of these led by the warrior Queen Boudicca of the Iceni tribe, only 17 years after the conquest of southern Britain. Rome crushed this adventure brutally, and with it some of the last organized resistance to their rule. But the province of Britannia would never quite be pacified. Everyone knows that old saying that Rome wasn't built in a day. But in Roman regional capitals like London and Colchester, these cities really did seem to go up overnight. If you compare Singapore or Dubai to photos of those cities in the 1980s, you might get a sense of how it must have felt to live in London in the decades after the Romans arrived. A small, marshy fishing town suddenly transformed in the space of only a few decades into a glittering metropolis. Despite their colorful pantheon of gods, the real religion of the Romans was the religion of urbanism, the cult of the city. And they replicated the structure of Rome in every city they built. In London, Rome built an ornate forum and a theatre, enormous public buildings with marble fronts and tiled roofs, unlike anything the Britons had seen before. A new elite of Roman governors, civil servants, and statesmen poured in, and their luxurious villas went up around the countryside. These residences were resplendent, with mosaics and baths, even underfloor heating. And each city they built became another hub in the network of roads along which imperial commodities moved. Urban Britons could now enjoy incenses and perfumes, amphoras of wine and red gloss pottery from Gaul, olive oil from Spain, along with pepper and spices brought from as far as India. In exchange, Britain supplied precious metals to the Roman world, gold and silver, as well as lead and iron. Perhaps most importantly, the shores of Cornwall and Devon were a rich source of tin, a rare metal in the ancient world that was crucial for making bronze. But despite these benefits, Britannia was always a costly possession. Records show that larger amounts of resources were poured into the island than were ever taken out. And some at least must have realized that the empire couldn't fund this outpost forever. Part of the cost of holding Britain as a colony was due to its countryside, a hotbed of rebellion.
Hotbed. Rebellion.
Native Britons lived in small villages of timber, turf-walled roundhouses that dotted the land. And here, tribal loyalties held greater sway than any loyalty people felt to their Roman governors. A good way to think about the situation is to look at the recent occupation of Iraq by the United States, Britain, and their allies. In Roman times, fortified green zones went up across Britain too, walled compounds where foreign administrators poured in to enforce the new structure of imperial society. Tomb inscriptions from York show imperial officials coming from as far as Africa, France, Sardinia, and Greece. A rotating cast of governors came and went too. These figures often stayed in their posts for only 3 years or so, and none of them were native to Britain. And although we don't have complete records, there's also no evidence of native Britons ever rising to the social rank necessary to govern. This is a situation quite different to other Roman colonies like Gaul, where Rome made some effort to bring indigenous people on board with the imperial project. So while some Britons might have felt the material benefits of Roman rule, it seems they never really dared to bind the rest of the empire together during its height. Perhaps partly for this reason, it seems the British countryside was only ever one step from anarchy. This threat of rebellion from within was coupled with raids by the Picts and the Maote on the wall's northern border. And the rich traffic of trade coming to and from Europe also created a booming industry in piracy. Sea-going tribes like the Saxons became increasingly bold, braving the stormy waters of the North Sea to harass shipping, and even make incursions onto the British coast. So even in this first century of Roman rule in Britain, the pressures that would eventually crush it like a tin can began to bear in from every side.
Fucking tin can!
One of the key measures that archaeologists use to track the cycle of peace and war in the ancient world is to look at the person living in the ancient world. When times are good, you feel secure enough to store your silver coins or your gold jewelry in your home or in the family vault, or even in an early form of bank. But when times are bad, you can't risk that. You might bury your silver as an extra precaution, or you do so in a panic when you see the first plumes of black smoke begin to show over the horizon. And in times of mild unrest, people would come back to dig these up again later, once the danger had passed. But if the unrest is serious enough, there might not be anyone left to retrieve it. In that case, the coins remain in the ground with the dates and emperors stamped meticulously on their surface. This is bad news for their owner, of course, but it's good news for archaeologists who want to track the region's history of unrest. I'm going to pick up our story again at the point where people in Roman Britain were once again burying their coins in record numbers, right as the 2nd century draws to a close. Since the end of the Roman Republic, Rome had undergone nearly 2 centuries of constant expansion, and the constant wars on its borders had been matched by a relative peace within its land, a period known as the Pax Romana, or the Roman peace. But as the year 200 approached, this relative peace in the Roman Empire's interior was beginning to shatter. Plague had ravaged Rome's land, a devastating disease brought back from the east by soldiers on campaign. It killed 2,000 people a day in Rome at its height, and it decimated the imperial army, leading to as many as 5 million deaths across Europe. And trouble had reigned in the political world as well. Since the time of Julius Caesar and his successor Augustus, the Roman Emperor had been a dictator with supreme power. The Senate and judiciary were nothing but agents at his command, rather than representing any kind of popular will. And wherever absolute power exists, there are always men who will risk everything to claim it. Against the backdrop of plague and famine, civil wars began to erupt across Europe over rival claims to the total power of the imperial throne. And in these wars, it was quite often the generals stationed in Britannia, the empire's farthest and bleakest province, who would hear the drums of war beat the loudest. To understand why Britannia was such a source of trouble, you only have to look at the particular paradox that Roman Britain presented. All of the threats facing it from outside and within meant that the land required the constant presence of an enormous army to defend it. As many as 40,000 soldiers at its height. That's about 1/8 of the entire imperial army, just to put that in perspective. And this meant that any one man put in charge of Britannia's defense force was automatically one of the empire's most powerful men. The paradox might not seem apparent at first, but this was one of the fatal flaws that led to the repeated humbling and the final fall of Roman Britain. When discussing the Romans, it's easy to get bogged down in the endless chain of colourful characters. The schemers and the drunks and the zealots, the charlatans and the soldiers that leap out at us from the histories. I want to avoid getting dragged too much into relating the stories of each and every person who had a role in the collapse of Roman Britain. But I think it does help us to zoom in on some of these personalities, so we get a sense of the kind of person responsible for what happens next. And the first character in this story is a man named Clodius Albinus. That's because Albinus is one of the first generals to make what I will call the British mistake. He will be the first, but by no means the last.
No means the last.
Born in Tunisia to a humble family, Albinus was African. But the name Albinus means white, and he was given this name due to the extraordinary paleness of his complexion. On his birth, his father wrote a letter about this strange phenomenon.
The son was born to me on the 7th day before the calendar of December, and so white was his body at birth that it was whiter than the linen clothes in which we wrapped him.
Albinus's unusual physical appearance doesn't seem to have held him back. He grew up a promising soldier and rose through the ranks of the Roman military on the basis of his skill. When he was appointed governor of Britannia, Albinus stayed for longer than many before him, and we have a good account of his physical appearance in the Historia Augusta.
He was tall of stature, with unkempt curly hair and a broad expanse of brow. His skin was wonderfully white. He had a womanish voice, almost as shrill as a eunuch's.
The life of governor seemed to suit Albinus, and he might have spent the rest of his life in Britannia governing well and rising through the ranks of Roman society, were it not for the events that were about to unleash blood and chaos across the wide expanse of the Western Roman Empire. The beginning of these events was the death of the tyrannical emperor Commodus in the year 192 AD. You might remember him if you've ever seen Russell Crowe's Gladiator. And when Commodus died without an heir and left multiple claimants behind, the whole empire descended once again into chaos. This is the period that would cause the historian Cassius Dio to write his famous lament.
Our history now descends from a kingdom of gold to one of iron and rust.
Now I'm ready to make some beauty happen.
The name given to this time, the year of the 5 emperors, might give you some idea of the ensuing pandemonium. These 5 claimants to the imperial throne fought and died. They burnt cities to the ground, they slaughtered vast armies, until there were only two credible candidates left. One of these was Albinus, the pale Tunisian stationed with his legions in Britain, who was a favorite of the Roman Senate. But the other claimant was the man sitting on the throne in Rome, the ruthless emperor Septimus Severus. Back in Britain, Albinus gave a dramatic speech before his British legions, addressing them in that high-pitched but piercing voice. He announced that he wanted to restore the ancient democratic power of the Roman Senate, a radical statement for a prospective ruler to make. Albinus's soldiers cheered him, and they announced that he was the only emperor they served. It was a clear declaration of rebellion. The Senate soon sent Albinus messages of support, and with his men's loyalty secured, Albinus decided to march on Rome. He knew he would have to act decisively, and he couldn't spare a single man. He took 3 legions, every last soldier in Britain, and sailed for the mainland in the year 195. He must have been buoyed up by such a sense of destiny on that voyage, and it would have been an inspiring sight, those tens of thousands of legionaries in their bright ancient republic. But Albinus would not succeed.
No, poor Al.
Despite being popular in Gaul and amassing a vast following, he was finally defeated 2 years later at the Battle of Lugdunum. It was a bloody and drawn-out affair, lasting over 2 days. Again, an excruciatingly long battle in this era.
Blow too hard without it hurting my fucking mouth.
The clash involved as many as 300,000 soldiers, and for a time it looked like Albinus would win. But then the tide turned. His men began to flee the battlefield, and Albinus realized that all was lost, that all his sacrifices had been for nothing. He ran himself through with his own dagger, and the Emperor Severus wasn't kind in victory. He rode his horse over Albinus's mangled body, and then paraded his head on a pike. He beheaded his family and purged his followers. The power of the emperor as supreme dictator remained, and the Senate got quietly back into line. Albinus had lost everything, but his dash for Rome had also cost his province dearly. Over the long 2 years he had been at war, Albinus had left Britannia completely undefended, and with no garrison, the land had descended into anarchy. At this time, a huge part of Britain's economy was driven by the constant presence of a Roman army. So people employed to supply these men, to make them bread and forge them swords, repair the leather of their stirrups. All these people suddenly had no job, and no way to support themselves. Local rebellions spread across the country, while outside forces raided and plundered with impunity. Picts from Scotland, Scotties from Ireland, and Saxons from the sea all combined to ravage the land that Albinus had left behind. Rome would eventually return to take back control, but even 10 years later, in the year 207, the Roman statesman put back in charge still wrote with fear about the dire situation.
Barbarians there are in revolt, overrunning the country, carrying off treasure and destroying most things.
So that's the heart of what I'm calling the British mistake. The paradox is that any sufficiently large force able to occupy Britain also presented an irresistible temptation to its commanders. Any force that could hold Britain could also take Rome. And so the moment the imperial crown was up for grabs, Britain's governor would pile all his soldiers onto ships and march on the Eternal City, leaving Britain undefended.
Pretty much.
The Emperor Septimus Severus, soon after trampling Albinus's body beneath his horse, sailed to Britain to ensure that never again would another challenger arise. In response to attacks from the north, he led a huge army into Scotland to drive the attackers back into their lands. But Severus didn't have Albinus's way with the native Briton. It seems this ill-conceived adventure achieved nothing, and Septimus Severus returned to Rome with the border exactly where it had always been. But for good measure, he split the province of Britannia in two to limit the power of any one governor. But it wouldn't last. For Roman Britain, the clock was ticking, and although Albinus was one of the first generals to make this mistake, he was far from the last. One thing we will learn over the course of this series is that the fall of a civilization is rarely simple. Roman rule ended in different parts of Britain at different times and under different circumstances. It came along with the collapse of Roman authority across Western Europe, and this occurred after the time of Albinus, a 50-year period called the Military Anarchy. This era saw at least 26 claimants contest the imperial throne. Incessant civil wars and rampant inflation crippled the Roman economy, and German tribes made incursions into the empire's territory. It seemed like 1,000 different pressures rained down from all sides. And in all of this, despite the Emperor Severus's measures, Britain would remain a fertile staging ground for rebellion. In the year 260, for instance, a Roman commander called Postumus staged an insurrection that carved Britain and Gaul away from the empire for 10 years before it was retaken by Rome. A quarter century later, in the year 286, a Roman naval commander called Carausius, a common man who had risen through the ranks, declared himself Emperor of Britain and ruled for 7 years before being overcome himself. And it wasn't all a history of failures. In the year 306, the man who had become known as Emperor Constantine the Great was crowned emperor in York. He successfully marched on Rome, and although he spent the next 20 years fighting rival claimants in a series of bitter civil wars, he was ultimately crowned emperor over both the Eastern and the Western Roman empires. For much of the 3rd century, Rome was at war with itself, and the events of this time changed the empire forever. Rome's emperors were now military strongmen. Trade across the empire had broken down, impoverishing its people, while at the same time Rome's wealthy were now an ultra-rich elite, far richer than they had ever been in history. Meanwhile, the empire's enemies grew stronger and more organized, learning how to play to Rome's weaknesses, learning how to win. And as the 4th century dawned, Roman Britain's troubles would only increase. One event would soon lay bare just how far the Roman Empire's power had fallen, and it's remembered as the Great Barbarian Conspiracy. To set the scene, we have to imagine the winter of 367 on the Roman garrison at Hadrian. The winters in this part of the world are harsh. Cruel winds and rain would have lashed the men stationed on the wall, probably snow on the ground, their breath visible in the air. This was the last bastion against the wild tribes of the north, and conditions here were harsh. Letters these soldiers wrote at the time include complaints about the cold that bit at their feet every day, the lack of holidays and not enough beer provided in their rations. But it's still hard to imagine exactly what was behind the decision these men took next. Perhaps it was hunger, cold, or fear. Perhaps they were even bribed. There was no shortage of Roman coin north of the wall, let's remember. Whatever the reason, the soldiers tasked with defending the empire's northern border mutinied. They changed sides and allowed a waiting army of Picts from Caledonia to cross the wall. This horde swept down on the towns and villages of Northumbria. Villages burned, men and women were put to the sword. But before the Romans could send the usual reinforcements to quash this invasion, something astonishing happened. Immediately, waves of tribesmen of the fierce Apicotti from the outer isles, Scotti from Ireland and Saxons from Germania began to land on Britain's coast. At the same time, parties of Franks and Saxons landed on the mainland in northern Gaul. And these didn't seem like random attacks. They seemed to be coordinated raids, like nothing else the so-called barbarian tribes had ever attempted before. They completely overwhelmed the Roman defenses. Everywhere, Roman towns burned, cities were sacked, and amid the chaos, slaves escaped and whole units of soldiers deserted in terror. All of these gathering together into bands that roamed the countryside, resorting to theft and murder to support themselves. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus paints a scene of pure chaos. Nectaridus, the commanding general of the seacoast, was killed, and another general, Philophaudes, was ambushed by the enemy and taken prisoner. The Atticotti, a warlike race of men, and the Scots were ranging wildly and causing great devastation, while the Gallic regions were harassed by the Franks and their neighbours, the Saxons, with cruel robbery, fire, and the murder of all who were taken prisoners. For 2 whole years, anarchy ruled in northern Europe, until Rome sent its best general, Flavius Theodosius, to march on the roaming barbarian bands. Theodosius defeated some in battle, and he offered an amnesty to others. Order slowly returned to the region, but the damage was done. The attack of the Great Conspiracy had come as a complete surprise, and when we think about the effect this might have had on the people of the time, it wouldn't be too far off to think of this as something like the September 11th attack on the United States. These were coordinated, brutal strikes, calculated to cause maximum fear and damage, and they shook the very core of the empire. Rome's confidence in the face of the barbarian threat would never recover. The empire's reduced ability to protect itself was one factor in the collapse of Rome, but it was only one of many. Britannia's economy had been in decline for decades, with reduced trade to other parts of the empire disrupted by the century of civil wars, by barbarian invasions and piracy on the sea. Pottery produced in Britain began to drastically reduce in variety and decoration around this time, and iron production in the south plummeted. Whole kilns were abandoned, and the price of iron skyrocketed. Around the year 350, the Roman sewers in Canterbury started clogging up, and no one bothered to clear them. A thick layer of silt also began to build up in the public baths that everywhere stood as a symbol of Roman civilization. This decline was beginning to seep into every aspect of British life. But it was one man, an ambitious and hot-headed general called Magnus Maximus, who would play a pivotal part in tipping the land over into its final fall. It's often said that history repeats itself. We're told that if we study its lessons, we can avoid making the same mistakes twice. But I think that happens a lot less than people realize. Events are so complex that nothing ever really happens the same way twice. But just occasionally in the flow of history, you do get these eddies and whirlpools, where it really does feel like people keep doing the same thing over and over, like the rerun of a movie we've seen before. And if Magnus Maximus had been a reader of history, if he had read the story of that previous governor of Britain, Albinus the White Tunisian, and his ill-fated march on Rome, he might have done things a little differently as the 4th century entered its final decades. Like Albinus, Maximus was a distinguished general. He was from the Galatian region of northern Spain, and he had served in fearsome campaigns in Africa and against German tribes on the Danube River. He had also been among the army of Flavius Theodosius, which had returned order after the events of the Great Conspiracy. Maximus was also interesting for being a devout Christian, a religion that was outlawed in the Roman Empire only one lifetime before. Maximus was assigned as the governor of Britain in the year 380, and in his first year, he faced down an army of Picts and Scots that had overrun Hadrian's Wall, perhaps emboldened by Rome's recent weakness. After crushing this threat, Maximus celebrated by building a huge church on London's Tower Hill. But like other governors of Britannia before him, Maximus had ambitions greater than simply commanding a garrison in the empire's wettest and windiest dominion. For the last decade of his life, Maximus had watched from afar as an incredibly unpopular emperor had sat on the imperial throne. This emperor was a young man named Gratian, and he is one of these particularly colourful characters who have the Roman history. Gratian loved to hunt, and as early he spent all his time in the company of a band of Scythian archers. These were men from beyond the Danube River, outside the bounds of the Roman Empire. That is, the Romans, they were barbarians. The young emperor loved the culture of his Scythian friends. He even used to appear at court dressed in the full traditional garb of Scythian warriors, an ornately patterned overcoat and spurs. And the Roman people seemed to tolerate this eccentric emperor for a while. But in the year 378, Rome would suffer a horrifying blow. The Emperor Valens, who ruled over the eastern portion of the empire, had brought a massive army of 30,000 men to crush a rebellion of Goths and Huns, 10,000 strong. Confident in his coming victory, the Emperor Valens attacked them without waiting for reinforcements. These Goth rebels stood and fought, and astonishingly, they won. The Emperor Valens was killed along with 20,000 of his men, and his body was never recovered. This loss shook Rome to the core. Barbarian armies were now causing havoc across Rome's eastern territory, flouting the authority of the empire. And suddenly, the Emperor Gratian dressing up like a barbarian didn't seem quite so zealot Magnus Maximus, just like Albinus before him, vast army in Britain. And he, like his predecessor, resolved to march on Rome. Just like Albinus, he knew he couldn't spare a single man. He took the entire Roman garrison of Britannia, piled it onto a fleet of ships, and set sail for Gaul in the year 383. With Maximus on his way to Rome, Britain was once again left undefended. We can never know if any of Maximus's advisors told him about the story of Albinus, the pale-skinned Tunisian who was marched on Rome. Did no one on that creaking ship, sailing its way to the continent, not one of them, mention to Maximus what had happened nearly 200 years before, when the last governor of Britain had tried to become emperor? I find this hard to believe, but that's part of history's spell. It teaches us lessons, even as it convinces us these lessons don't apply to us, that we'll be the ones to break its endless chains. For Maximus at least, nothing mattered to him except reaching Rome and seizing the purple robes of the emperor for himself. And the zealous Maximus did seem to be blessed. Everywhere he went, legions that were set to fight him instead joined his cause. Enraged, the Emperor Gratian met his army outside Paris, and Maximus's forces won the day. The young emperor fled with his Scythian bodyguards, and he was killed soon after, while Magnus Maximus declared himself emperor. But this is where the luck of Maximus runs out. Before he'd even begun to rule, his support slowly collapsed, and it did so in part because of the anarchy he left behind in Britannia. Just like Albinus, he had left his home province, the heart of his supporters, completely undefended. Just as before, raiders and pirates now devastated the coasts and northern towns. The departure of the land's garrison had caused an economic collapse too, and Maximus had also taxed Britain brutally to pay for his wars. Now rebellions spread like a fire through dry heather. The date of Maximus's departure, 383, is the last date ever to be found on a Roman coin in Wales. It's the last date, too, for any archaeological trace in the northern Pennine Hills. In these places, it marks the end of Roman rule in Britain. The 6th century British cleric and Gildas put it more bluntly in his searing rant entitled On the Ruin and Conquest of Britain.
Britain is left deprived of all her soldiery and armed bands, the local governors of the flower of their youth who went to Maximus but never again returned. The Scots from the northwest and the Picts from the north, like hungry and ravening wolves, rush with greedy jaws upon the fold which is left without a shepherd.
From this point, the British economy was in freefall. After this time, British coffins stopped being sealed with nails, and boots lost their hobnails. This shows how expensive iron had become. British people now slipped on icy ground and rotted in flinty coffins. Pottery became a lost art, and the suburbs of the city began to empty. The astonishing thing is, Maximus was not even the last governor of Britain to make this mistake. This dishonor would fall to a common soldier called Constantine, who once and for all ended the Roman presence in Britain.
For all.
He was named after the great 4th century emperor who had been crowned in York 100 years before.
You know,
And now this famous event would repeat itself as farce. After the departure of Maximus, a bloody power struggle had broken out in Britain, with rival factions tearing it to pieces like dogs after a strip of meat. This struggle resulted in the soldiers themselves choosing the new governor of Britannia, and they chose one of their own, a common soldier known as Constantine. The historian Orosius can barely conceal his sneer.
Constantine, a man from the lowest ranks of the soldiery, was chosen simply from confidence inspired by his name and without any other qualifications to recommend him.
Good enough for me.
We can assume that Constantine wasn't a reader of history. That's because he would repeat the mistake of Albinus and Maximus almost exactly.
Hi, everybody else.
The moment he sensed weakness in Rome, he took all of his British legions and sailed for the continent. Completely overwhelmed by violence and many fightings, the noble-born emperor Honorius was forced to buy off this lowly soldier Constantine. He offered him the position of co-emperor, and this precarious situation held for a few years, until an alliance of challengers chased Constantine out of his capital and killed him in the year 411. Most of his soldiers would never return to their posts in Britannia.
Got you. She doesn't have any honeycomb, nothing.
For Rome, enough was enough.
Nothing.
The province of Britannia wasn't worth it.
Just a couple of them.
The empire was now so weakened that an army of Goths led by Alaric was now rampaging around northern Italy and even sacked Rome itself. The first time a foreign power had done this for 800 years.
Motherfucking gosh, yo!
The collapse of the entire empire now seemed like a possibility.
Gosh.
And in 410 AD, the Emperor Honorius finally declared the end of the official Roman presence in Britain. He famously told the British to look to their own defenses.
Yep.
Rome withdrew all remaining soldiers and administrators from Britain. They stopped collecting taxes in the province, and this released some of the burden on its people initially. But they also stopped paying the administrators who ran its cities and managed its trade routes. And they ended the wages of supplies flowing to the local soldiers who had fought in the pillories and the garrisons. These men didn't go anywhere. Instead, they began to tax the population themselves, demanding money and supplies in exchange for protection. These groups would ultimately grow into the basis of very early medieval society.
Oh, the Sheriff of Nottingham.
These warlords
heard that story.
frequently fought their wars using the services of mercenary armies from the continent. Dukes from Denmark, Angles and Saxons from northern Germany, men who brought their families and formed the first Anglo-Saxon kingdoms in Britain. The people forgot Latin as an everyday language, and it survived only in the churches. They stopped writing, as far as we can tell, since no texts have survived. And people forgot their Roman identities too, adopting the cultures of the incoming peoples. We can see this by burials in some places that have been found, matching burial practices in Germany and Norway, even though the genetics of the buried person are clearly British. And while this great social and cultural change happened, Britain's Roman cities fell gradually into ruins.
I just ain't magnifying nothing.
Bit by bit, the great opulent villas that had once dominated the countryside were abandoned and became dilapidated. Smaller states fell first, some of them absorbed into the holdings of richer landowners, but the large ones followed soon after. Mosaic floors cracked as roof beams fell in, while private bathhouses became homes for frogs and waterweed. In his 5th century work, The Life of Saint Germanus, Constantius of Leon describes coming across a ruined villa of this kind.
Its roof had fallen in. It was overgrown with bushes and brambles, and among all the many rooms that it had once contained, there was scarcely one left that was fit to live in.
Constantius tells us that the ruined villa was haunted by the ghosts of evil men. In the north of Britain, Hadrian's Wall was finally abandoned, and it seems the soldiers in its forts left in a hurry. At one of the most well-preserved sites, an auxiliary fort called Vindolanda, archaeologists have found Roman cavalry swords simply abandoned, dropped on the ground and left there. These are very rare finds, since in this time a sword was an expensive and precious object. Their owners would no more throw them away than a modern person might throw away their mobile phone. All kinds of objects pertaining to the daily lives of soldiers have been found left behind too.
Well,
bath sandals and writing tablets,
that's easy to
pots
see.
and buckets and
As
buckles.
the Longsword 10 came out,
One day
everybody
it
threw away
seems, everyone at
Longsword 9.
Vindolanda just got up and left.
Simple as that. See?
After the
Mr.
Romans
Saul,
departed and the border
iPhone.
collapsed,
See, you just said it.
local people began to
Wasn't
use
no less
Hadrian's
than
Wall
fucking
as a
iPhone
quarry,
10 and fucking
taking its high-quality blocks of stone
came out,
to build
then-
their own houses
Then
and
you see
barns,
Powell
even
iPhone 9.
churches, so that
in
now
the
the
trash.
wall is woven
I
into
just
the
throw this
fabric
one
of
away.
countless medieval buildings
Or give it to
across the
some
region.
poor person.
Near Carlisle, the medieval priory of Lanercost, for instance, was built using a
No
large
way.
amount of material stolen from the wall, which runs just half a kilometre to the north. You can still see Roman inscriptions on some of the priory stones,
Longsword 10
boasting
came
about
out.
which legions were stationed on the wall.
People act like they don't know nothing.
Meanwhile, tribal chieftains and local warlords, some of whom had been officers in the Roman army until recently, moved into the forts along the wall and used them as private castles. In one fort known as Döberswald, it seems the descendants of the original garrison still live there a century after the departure of Rome, passing down their uniforms, flying regimental insignia, and building timber constructions inside its crumbling ruins. They probably received pay and supplies from people living in the area in exchange for protection, and they maintained a kind of Roman identity in order to increase their legitimacy. To the south, large cities like London fell gradually into disrepair. Trade at London's port had been slowing over the past century, but now it's finally stopped altogether. Its suburbs turned into wastelands or were tilled for farming. The large church built by Magnus Maximus on Tower Hill burned to the ground, and it seems people lacked either the knowledge, the resources, or the will to rebuild it. London's great Roman Forum, too, was dismantled and quarried for stone, and its public bath was torn down. Its great basilica, which was once the largest building in northwest Europe, was also taken apart. People began to be buried inside the city limits, something the Roman authorities would never have allowed. And of these burials, studies show that 4 times more have been found with wounds from stabbing and slicing weapons than in the previous period. London's population of nearly 30,000 people began to drift away, back to a simpler existence in the countryside, to timber longhouses and roundhouses built of thatch and wattle. In some places, the ancient hill forts of the pre-Roman Britons, which had lain empty for centuries, now burst back into life. Excavations in these sites have found objects that seem to have been looted from the abandoned Roman towns.
I just can't let it go. Ed Riggs comes on here and says, now we all agree that normally you can't see the moon flip unless you get on a plane and fly to LA. Yeah. He said those words right here. Right fucking here. So what does that have to do with our rotation this way? with my head that is a ball with my eyes looking out of it. Because it's spinning on an axis. Fuckers. Oh, damn. I'm telling you what. Consult all you want. Please come back with your findings, Eric Briggs. I'm waiting in great, grand anticipation. I can't believe it's taking you this long. You left us promising you was going to look at the moon tonight. I certainly hope you are. And that's why you haven't come back for about 2 hours. You're starting to remind me of my cunt. Don't make me miss you, Eric. I miss my cunt. I'll talk about you more often if you make me miss you. I ain't seen my cunt in, what's it been, like 6 months since that motherfucker come around? He left. He went to scientific leave and never came back. Damn it. Where the hell is Mike? Where did my mic go? Oh, it's kind of repetitive right there. Almost like a double negative. My cunt. Mine. That sound like a seagull. Mine. Oh, fucking Nemo. Nemo reference. The motherfucker pulls out a Nemo reference for those kids that ain't quite figured out lunar phase yet. Oh. So nice. Fucking A. What a great day. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I forgot to soundtrack it. I'm done ranting. Yeah, see, there's a lot of people that know our stress. We should damn straight, man. Damn straight.
And amid the slow hollowing out of London, archaeological evidence shows that an enclave of the ultra-wealthy continued to live a somewhat Roman existence in a kind of gated
the whole
community.
Damn Middle East knows.
They enjoyed the same wine and olive oil they always had.
Groundhog didn't show up. Well, the shadow.
They denied the writing on the wall for as long as they could, but the decline was unstoppable.
Like, damn it, what the hell?
The rest of the city descended into chaos, and nature crept back to reclaim its streets and alleys.
Who moved that?
By the end of the 4th century, everything south of the River Thames had been abandoned. Large pockets of London's urban fabric turned into patches of overgrown wasteland, and people began to grow weak in the middle of the city. By the end of the 5th century, London was deserted. It was now an uninhabited ruin, a city of ghosts, sinking into the... By the end of the 5th century, London was deserted. We can imagine ivy growing over its crumbling walls, and elder too, young trees pushing their roots between the bricks and stones of its building. The only people left in London were scavengers. They came to find things like iron nails, which could be recycled. The forests around London would also have been cut down, and so the only source of usable timber would have been that left in the decaying city. So little by little, people tore London apart. One artifact, known as the Billingsgate brooch, tells the story of these scavengers. It was dropped amid the fallen roof tiles of a building known as the Billingsgate House, perhaps by a scavenger who had looted it and feared being robbed, or by someone exploring the ruins who simply dropped it and couldn't find it afterwards. Either way, it's a fascinating artifact that speaks of the afterlife of the ruined city of London, and I'll post a picture of it on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. And it wasn't only London that fell into ruin. In cities like Bath, which inspired the poetry of the ruins at the Open Gate, urban life continued in some form after the departure of Rome. While its great temples crumbled and grand public buildings fell into disrepair, its city authorities still managed basic repairs like recobbling the streets. But without their link to the Roman economy, the slow death of Britain's cities was all but assured. By the early 5th century, all of Britain's towns, large and small, simply ceased to exist. The city of York, where once the Emperor Constantine the Great had been crowned, now stood empty and in ruin, slowly reclaimed by the seasonal floods of the River Ouse. We know this because archaeologists have found the remains of water beetles, water voles, shrews and froghoppers inside the city. All animals that live only in flooded and swampy ground, vanished by the developments of the Roman era. The incoming Saxon people were obviously impressed by the ruins of Roman cities, but also seemed to have feared them as places of ghosts and curses. They rarely came near to the ruins and built their settlements far away from them. At some sites like Caia Colemium, there's some evidence that the wells of the decaying city were filled in to prevent people from returning. Ritual objects were also left behind, perhaps to ward off the curse that was believed to hang over these crumbling stones. It's no coincidence that tales of giants form such a prominent part of British folklore. To see why, you just have to imagine the mighty temples and public buildings that were left behind in the wake of Roman rule. To people who no longer knew how to build these things, these crumbling walls, these awesome constructions of bygone centuries, must have seemed the work of a race of gods who had once walked England's rolling fields, and ancient prime to live in the time after Roman rule. It's best to end the same way we started, with the old English poem, The Ruin. As you listen, think about what it must have felt like to live in this time, when the throne brought so much change finally left, that tomorrow would be a darker time than today. A time when all you had left to remember that lost golden age is the landscape strewn with monumental blocks of stone, the cavernous bathing halls, and the overgrown ruins slowly and unstoppably crumbling into the earth.
Krungan, Qualaverda, Human Holnagas, Swiatalta, Furlan, far and wide the slain perished, days of pestilence came, death took all the brave men away, their places of war became deserted places, the city decayed, the rebuilders perished, eyes into the earth. And so these buildings grow desolate, and its red curved moon passes towards times of the ceiling. The ruin has fallen where at one time shone many a warrior, joyous and ornamented with gold bright sun, on their Spierentenberg, Braden bridges.
Thank you once for the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to give a special thanks to my voice actors, Jake Barrett-Mills, Jacob Rowlandson, Shem Jacobs, and a special thank you goes to Dr. Rebecca Pinner at the University of East Anglia for allowing us to hear the poetry of the ruin in its original Old English. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought.
I think you need to have
You can
somebody
follow
else
me
read
at
your
Paul M. N.
documentary.
Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images and maps relevant to the episode, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod with underscores separating the words.
His poshness just gets to you.
This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster, and bring as much life. And if you enjoyed this episode, please consider contributing and help keep the podcast running. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening.
He won't talk about the moon doing cartwheels either, though. Correct face. I've talked to him before. Said, yeah. He ain't ever answered.
In the year 1858, the German explorer Heinrich Barth traveled across the wide expanse of the Sahara Desert. He was determined to reach the city of Timbuktu that lay at its far edge. He spoke Arabic, along with several African languages, and made careful notes about the places he passed through.
a hard time. Go ahead.
His journey all around West Africa would ultimately be a trip of nearly 20,000 kilometers. But Bart was always on the lookout for more sights to see, and on the arduous return leg of his journey, he heard rumors of something that only a handful of Europeans had ever seen before. His guides told him of the existence of an enormous ruined city, a city that had once commanded the continent's greatest empire. His guides called this city Gao.
As soon as I had made out that Gao was the place which for several centuries had been the capital of a strong and mighty, felt more ardent desire to visit it than Timbuktu. Gao is in the centre of a great national movement from whence powerful and successful princes.
Bart gathered his things and set out, following the Niger River along with his guides, through the swampy lowlands and flat desert plains, swatting away mosquitoes and tsetse flies until he reached the site of the former city. But what he saw disappointed him. He found only a small collection of huts, about 300 in total, with heaps of overgrown rubble where the ancient city had once stood.
Once busy locality, which, according to the unanimous statements of former writers, was the city of Africa, is now a desolate abode of a small and usable population. Just opposite my tent lay the ruins of a massive tower, last remains of the sleeping mosque scattered and around the wide open area in which we were encamped. It was a rich component of vegetation, among which the clear light of the morning date palms, tamarind trees, sycamores, and silk cotton.
Not to be deterred, Bart explored the ruins of the ancient city and took detailed notes about what he saw.
Town, in its most flourishing period, seems to have had a circumference of about 6 miles. The east quarter of the mosque is entirely girded with a thick grove of silak bushes, which covers all the uninhabited part of the former city. The mosque consisted originally of a low building flanked on the east and west side by a large tower, the whole courtyard being surrounded by a wall about 8 feet in height. The eastern tower is in ruins. The western one is still tolerably well preserved. It rises in 7 terraces, which gradually decrease in diameter. The inhabitants still offer their prayers in this sacred space where their great conqueror is interred, where they have not sufficient energy to prepare the whole.
His guides told him that this had been the capital of an empire known as the Songhai. Bart soon left the ruins of Gao to the silk cottons and sycamore trees and continued on his journey home. But the sight of the ruined city seems to have stuck with him, and wherever he went, he would ask the same question. How had the empire of Songhai grown to such size in the harsh desert landscape of the southern Sahara? How had its people held such a society together and built such grand constructions? And why, after rising to such great heights, had they left it all here to crumble into the dust and shifting dunes of the desert? Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilization podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time
I got three
who
words
witnessed
for you.
the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at a society that got popular narratives of history, the Songhai people of West Africa. I want to explore how this great civilization rose up among some of the harshest conditions our planet can throw at us. How they united two warring traditions, became a cosmopolitan and pluralistic society, as well as Africa's greatest empire. And I want to explain why, after barely more than a century of greatness, their whole society collapsed around them.
Explain to me why. Go. He's going.
This will be an episode about cycles. And our first cycle is that of the planet Earth itself. As the Earth spins through the dark void of space, it turns on its axis, giving us a cycle of night and day. But there's another planetary cycle that affects us all just as profoundly, although it is much, much slower. This is the wobble of the Earth, known more scientifically as precession. This wobble is caused by the gentle gravitational tug of the other planets in our solar system, and it changes the angle of the planet's tilt by about 1 degree every 72 years, until it tilts a full 23 degrees each way. This cycle lasts for over 25,000 years, and this tilt can have some extreme effects on the climate on the planet's surface. Over the last 8,000 years or so, one of these effects has been to shift the pattern of monsoon rains on the African continent, pushing them southward and creating an enormous dry zone in its northern region. This has created one of Earth's most impressive geographic features, the Sahara Desert. The Sahara is a vast ocean of sand dunes, rock plateaus and salt flats that covers an area totaling 9 million square kilometers. This desert makes up around 30% of the entire African continent. But until about 5,000 years ago, these bare sand dunes were rolling green grasslands. The landscape was broken by rivers and huge lakes grew here, full of oak and walnut, lime and olive trees. Rock paintings have even been discovered in the central Sahara that date to around the year 3000 BC and depict lush vegetation and abundant animals in areas where today there's nothing desert. But as the planet tilted on its endless cycle, its landscape's days were numbered. The rains gradually left the region. The large plant life would have died off first until only grasses remained. And then eventually the grass too would have died. Without plant cover to absorb the heat of the sun or roots to hold together the earth, the topsoil would have dried up and blown away in the wind. Slowly, these green valleys turned into arid grasslands, then to desert, and finally to the enormous Sahara that we know today. Neolithic people fled from the steady advance of this great desert. It drove them out of the Sahara and concentrated them at its edges. Some of them fled to the northeast and settled in the fertile Nile Valley, where they would lay the foundation for the civilization of the pharaohs. But others went south and built a civilization of their own.
Don't make fun of me because I'm humming this tune.
Much of this story will take place in a landscape just to the south of the Sahara, known today as the Sahel. The word derives from the Arabic sahil, which means coast or shore. That's because early people thought of the place as the coast of the great sea of sand that stretches for nearly 2,000 kilometers until it meets the Mediterranean. The Sahel is a zone of transition. It's neither the desert sand to the north nor the tropical savanna to the south. For most of its 5,000 kilometer length, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic coast, it's a landscape of semi-arid grasslands and steppes,
2,000 miles wider than America,
and patches of acacia trees.
Zone.
Much of the life here relies on regular monsoon rains. During the long dry season, many trees here lose their leaves, and the annual grasses die away. Several species of gazelle and buffalo compete here with large predators like the cheetah and lion, along with the African wild dog. But there are also spots of incredible richness in this otherwise arid landscape. And the source of this richness can be seen from outer space.
The moon's flipping. Oh, wait a minute.
From its source in the mountainous highlands of southeastern Guinea, West Africa's longest river runs inland for over 4,000 kilometers in a dramatic, sweeping sickle shape.
Shit. Sickle shape.
This is the Niger River.
Sickle shape. No, it's the moon.
Its name is thought to come from the Berber phrase, Jer and Jer, meaning river of rivers. The Niger River is exceptionally fertile. At its thickest point, it is nearly a kilometer across, and it floods every year across a vast area that turns the desert green. In fact, its cultivation zone is more than 5 times the size of the one surrounding Egypt's Nile River, allowing the people who live here to grow rice, millet, and couscous for half of the year.
Couscous, motherfuckers.
The medieval West African chronicle, known as the Tarikh el-Fatash, paints a glowing picture of the wealth and beauty of this region.
Mali encompasses a region of 400 towns, and its soil is extremely rich. Among the kingdoms of the sovereigns of the world, only the lands of Syria surpass it in its beauty. Its inhabitants are rich and live very well.
According to oral tradition, the story of human settlement along the Niger River begins with a people known as the Sorko. They built settlements along the riverbank and fashioned boats from African mahogany. They were soon joined by a people known as the Gao, skilled hunters who knew how to bring down hippopotamus and even crocodiles living in the river. These were joined by the Do people, who had adapted to life cultivating crops in the rich floodplains. Finally, a hardy people from the north moved into the region. They were the first to ride horses here, and they called themselves the Songhai. From the very beginning, this was a blended society that survived by unifying formerly disparate elements into a successful whole. The riverboats of the Sorko, the hunting skills of the Gao, and the Do's farming acumen, all supercharged with the power of the horse, all combined to form the beginning of a complex and connected society that would forever use the River Niger as its lifeblood. But their journey from these humble beginnings would not be easy or straightforward. Over recorded history, a number of great empires rose up in West Africa. And I think we should pause for a moment and ask, what is an empire? An empire is a violent phenomenon. It occurs when one kingdom or state becomes more powerful than its neighbor. It then invades and conquers them and rules over both territories by force. The original nation, what's known as the imperial center, will usually extract resources and wealth from their conquered subject. And it may also make some attempt to impose its culture and way of life on them. Empires grow in this way, absorbing neighbors and turning them into so-called client states. They become more powerful, but they also, as is usually the case, grow more unstable. And then, eventually, the bubble bursts. Whether through poor leadership, economic collapse, or imperial overreach, the empire falters and weakens. The client states demand their freedom. The power that held the imperial center together fails, and the whole edifice cracks like an eggshell. This is often a time of great unrest.
Oh shit, I just looked at
The once mighty capital city might even go down in flames.
Did he kind of, hi Tom.
But for its most powerful client
I have
states,
dots.
the lack of central authority might represent
I have dots. I
opportunity.
can't see.
They might begin to expand their own
I want
territory.
some cookies.
They might build an empire of their own.
Oh my god.
There are many theories about how exactly empires grow and operate, but this simplified account is what has been called the imperial cycle. And I think it's useful to think about this when we look at the history of West Africa. Some empires of this region will follow this cycle exactly, while others will try, with limited success, to break it.
Matter of fact, it's actually, I need to take a little rest, reevaluate this here.
The first empire to grow
Just
here
real quick,
was the empire of Ghana.
evaluation of the
It rose up
reevaluated.
on the fringes of the
Evaluating.
Sahara Desert around the 8th century. Its people pioneered ironworking in the region, giving them a military edge. And it's clear that by the year 1000, Ghana had conquered a large number of client states at
See,
its
these are
borders.
different. I gotta blow
begun
them
to
out
build
really
true
fucking
empire.
thin. And
The secret to Ghana's success
put a lot of
relied
pressure on
on
my
one
fucking
thing
open
that would
wound
prove
here.
essential to all the empires that would follow after.
So I'm wondering if
And
I'm doing
actually,
the smartest
it's not a
thing. I
thing.
might want to.
It's an animal.
I'm drooling.
Until
I need
around
to
the
give it a
year
rest.
300, horses were the main mode of
It's okay.
transportation in West Africa.
I'll give it another
And a
day.
horse, while strong
I know
and
what I
fast
did.
on hard
I
ground, is poorly
relaxed
suited
this
to the
and
harsh
blew out my
environment
cheek a
and
little bit
shifting
too
sands
much
of the desert. In July and August,
and put a lot of
daytime
pressure on it.
temperatures in the Sahara can reach 50 degrees centigrade, or over 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Needless to say, it's
And the desert is also prone to sandstorms.
laughing at it.
The most
What the
deadly
fuck
of
are you
these
thinking,
is
you
known
stupid
as the
fuck?
simoom, or poison wind. These hot, dry winds reach temperatures of up to 54 degrees centigrade,
So,
or over 130 Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to scald the skin.
I'm going to cut these
These
two off.
simooms are known
that
to
I've
cause
got
rapid onset heat stroke in desert
I'm
climates,
going to take a little
since
break
they can
from this and
transfer
go put
more
on some
heat to the
soup.
human body than it's possible to lose through the evaporation of sweat. This causes the body to quickly overheat, and major organs begin to fail. But from the 4th century onwards, a remarkable new innovation began arriving from Arabia. It was an animal with large, flat feet and adaptations that made them perfectly adapted for survival in the heat.
Two different styles.
Among these was the distinctive hump on their back.
And apparently two styles.
The camel had arrived in West Africa. The introduction of camels transformed the economy of the Sahara. They could carry enormous weight of up to 150 kilograms. And this meant that large-scale trade was now possible across the desert.
Not a big
The
difference.
West African economy at this time
And overall,
was
I'm
already
giving
flourishing,
them big thick ones to
but
it
now
for the same
it was
price
suddenly
most black
linked up
blowers
to the rich market
would
of the
just merely do
Mediterranean.
that nub on the end.
And the result was the beginning of a
charge
new
you-
era for both peoples.
Yeah, about 35 for a good honeycomb I got.
Trade across the Sahara relied on a
Just for the
system of
honeycomb.
caravans,
Not the price that it's
which were
on.
vast trains of camels piled high with goods.
Not the price it's on. That's
According to
for
the
the fucking
14th century Arab writer Ibn Battuta, the average size of these caravans was around 1,000 camels. but they could grow as large as 12,000. They would have been an incredible
That's why I love my job.
snaking across the red sand of the desert for miles. There were three main routes across the Central Sahara through most of its history.
But
and
I
they
love my
zigzagged
job. I get to meet
between
shit.
oases in the desert.
And I'm pretty quick because I've been doing it since '93.
An oasis was a spot where an aquifer or an underground river, often coupled with a layer of impermeable rock below the sand, caused fresh water to appear on the surface of the desert.
Waiting on my kiln.
Over millennia, humans settled in these oases. And in these small pockets, they reversed the process that led the Sahara to form in the first place. They first planted groves of hardy date palms that then provided shade for smaller trees like apricots, figs, and olives. These oases formed crucial stopping points along the trade routes over the desert. They were so important that military control of these tiny settlements could often mean control over an entire trade route and all its accompanying wealth. Today, traveling at high speed in a modern car, these trade routes would represent a non-stop drive of over 70 hours. But for travelers in the Middle Ages, with their vast herds of camel, it took roughly 2 months to cross the desert. These journeys were so long that about a third of the camels on the caravan were there simply to carry supplies for the journey. And in these conditions, even the camels struggled. After their journeys, the animals had to spend months recuperating. A 4-month round trip would usually earn them an 8-month rest afterwards. The kingdoms of West Africa used these desert trails to transport ivory, spices, wheat, and exotic animals to Europe, as well as a steady trade in slaves. The transatlantic slave trade that we're all familiar with from history books shipped millions of African slaves to the Americas over roughly 400 years. It was exceptional in its scale and brutality. Beginning slavery. In fact, forms of slavery have existed probably since the beginning of agricultural society. Ancient Rome, Greece, and Carthage were all famously slave societies. And with the collapse of the Roman Empire in Europe and its ensuing chaos, slave-taking only increased. But with the gradual Christianization of Europe in the first millennium, the Church began to introduce rules about keeping other Christians as slaves. By the year 1000, slavery of Christians by Christians had more or less ended in feudal Europe, although it's worth mentioning that it was replaced by the widespread system of serfdom, where peasant workers were little better than slaves and could still be bought and sold by feudal lords. But the keeping of non-Christian slaves was still allowed and persisted right through the Middle Ages. When Christian kingdoms went to war with the kingdoms of the Muslim world, prisoners of war were constantly being taken as slaves by both sides. But for both Muslims and Christians, sub-Saharan Africa was the source of a seemingly infinite supply of forced laborers. As trade routes across the Sahara began, the lands of the north began extracting Africa's manpower by force. These slaves were transported across the desert under horrendous conditions and were sold in the slave markets of North Africa, in the Byzantine Empire, and in Venice and Spain. They were often used as laborers and servants, but they were also forced to fight as soldiers in one medieval army or another. And while slavery is deeply unpleasant to consider, it was an unfortunate fact of life in this time, and it will be important to acknowledge its effect on the history of this region if we are to make any sense at all of what happens next.
Fuck. No, I'm tired.
More valuable than slave laborers, ivory, or spices was the natural resource that occurred in West Africa with an abundance unparalleled around the known world. And that resource was gold.
I got my answer here. Yeah. Guess who I missed?
Gold has always done something strange to the human brain.
I missed the
something
oxygen.
about its
warm
Friday.
It's okay, I've still almost got
has always made us
three-quarters of the
desire.
tank. So
We want
I'm
to wear it
thinking
on
we're
our
fine
bodies
for
and
this
decorate
weekend.
our buildings with it.
Anyway.
And we've structured entire economies around it. This rare, precious metal, more than any other, has always suggested to us a kind of divinity.
No, I
The
didn't.
ancient Egyptians
What the
called
fuck,
gold
man?
the breath of God, while the Aztecs called it the sweat of the sun. And these early ideas of gold as a metal sent from heaven are actually not that far from the truth. Like most heavy metals, gold was forged in the center of stars by the process of nuclear fusion. Stars, just like empires, pass through a cycle. They grow and grow until they reach the size that we call a supergiant, thousands of times larger than our own sun. After this, it enters into a death spiral. Most stars simply shed their outer layers and fizzle out, but some, perhaps less than 1%, achieve a mass that means they explode as supernova, a burst of energy and light that can be equivalent for a few moments to the brightness of an entire galaxy. And it's in these explosions that gold was formed. From around 200 million years after our planet first formed, gold started raining from the sky, carried on asteroids that bombarded the Earth's surface.
Oh my God. I don't know
West
why y'all
Africa
keep tuning in
is remarkably rich in this rare element. In fact, until the discovery of the Americas in the 16th century, this region was the world's top producer of gold. So much gold left Africa during this time that Europeans and Arabs began to believe that it must be home to a single monumental gold mine, a mountain of gold that was being intentionally kept a secret by African kings. This idea would later inspire myths, like the story of King Solomon's mines. The reality was quite the opposite. Gold in West Africa wasn't mined from a single source, but from countless tiny gold mines, panning stations.
Most of the ones I got, because they're still pretty good.
Gold usually occurs in flecks and nuggets, found within quartz crystals. Over time, the crystals are eroded by the running water of rivers and streams, and the flecks of gold run free. The majority of West Africa's gold wasn't dug out of a mine, but panned on the banks of the Senegal and Niger rivers.
Yes, my liver was almost killed by doctor's medicine. My teeth came in yellow as a child and very weak because of a codeine cough medicine. The doctors had me on that cough medicine to begin with because they thought I had TB when I was actually allergic to down pillows and covers, which I was sleeping on every night. So not any of those drugs were really needed, except for maybe the painkillers, but I could have lived with marijuana. Look, I'm doing it today. But that's through that medical gauntlet too many times. I know better than that. That's like, I mean, look, we might even lose the fucking doctor's period here in the next few years. Oh, look, they lagging my shit. They lagging my shit. Is my shit getting laggy, really? Are you sure? Are you really lagging me like that? I was lagging, wasn't it? Let me see what happens to the kickoff. Yeah, you either learn your lesson the hard way or through observation. I learned the hard way. Yeah, they're fucking with me, ain't they, Glenn? They don't like truth of much, any kind of sort going out anymore nowadays. This whole platform's kind of crazy. What are you gonna do when you're using their tools? You gotta deal with what you can get. They like, nah, that's my ranch, bitch, and smack you on the hand. Yeah, very, very awesome. That's how everybody should be. Not lonely. I don't know about alone, but not lonely either. I mean, you should be able to be alone and not lonely. That means you're a pretty round person with yourself, I think. Satisfied with who you are. You make good company, even by yourself. I mean, honest to God, there's sometimes I'll just sit there and, I mean, I don't know if you want to classify this as crazy or not, but every once in a while I'll just fucking bust out in a laugh because of something I thought of. It's like, oh God. I'll crack myself up just sitting there. Sometimes I got to make a video about it. Yeah, my quake map's down about that. Reversals going crazy. Yeah, Citizen. Or I mean Glenn. Sorry, I don't know why I call all of it. They correlate. You can see what's happening. You know. But yeah, people are always like, "Well, how do you know that's the real feed?" And I'm like, I have a hard time believing that NASA is fudging the feed trying to make me look good. I just have a hard time accepting that. Yeah, I noticed the whole reporting thing went down. Something happened major. Hacked by sex shapes. It's probably because it's the map I use. An atmospheric river. Yeah, wait until that shit departs one day. Rolls back like a scroll. Everybody sees these massive planets around us. We'll be like, oh shit. Fucking Cherenkov radiation. I never imagined. See, I never imagined that shit. I never saw that coming till it started happening. And I was like, well, what fucking shit is this? We're seeing it on the ground. We start looking and it's like, oh, okay, they actually have a name for this shit. But it's only because it's in a man-made situation where magnets are trapping in highly charged fucking ions moving past. So of course, well, look, now we got it. Planetary scale. Now the fucking scroll's gonna roll back and everybody see these planets and Ron, everybody reveal himself and we'll get the shit in pants. Next scene. mystery solved about quake maps. Oh, okay. I'm on my way, Glenn. I'm on my way. I'm going. I'm going to go right. Oh God, you ain't gotta tell me 17 times. I need me some brew anyway. I haven't had any in fucking 2 days. 2 fucking days.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Oh, so polite. Hello, I've been making you wait for 2 days.
To what I think happened to the quake maps.
Oh, he's saying now it's a theory.
For like 2-3 days now. Started looking, see, as you can see, no data whatsoever.
None, it sucks.
No dots on the map.
Sucks ass.
Well, you come on over to presidential threat map.
Yeah, it's working.
Has lots of dots.
It does.
I don't know why it shifted, but
and so does the other hazard alerts.
Mouse on the dot, and guess what? I think we found our problem.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Evidently, their website has been taken over by a sex shop. So that would be why the Quake map is not working. Every single one of them. Oh, yeah. Every single one of them says sex shop. That's funny, but I think we figured we solved the mystery.
They took over my map. They took over my map and made it a Five Eyes thing. Are you fucking kidding me? Eric Briggs, I'll tell you.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
You motherfuckers can suck.
I thought of an interesting way to deal with the scammers that pop up on Facebook. I'm actually getting to the point where I can tell them and I actually accept them just so that I can try and make a video about them.
God damn it, suck that thing.
I have changed.
Did you hear that shit? Did you see that shit? Did you hear that and see that? Did you see and hear that shit? These motherfuckers turned my goddamn Quake map into a sex site. That is some Five Eyes shit. I know my goddamn. I'm upset. That's what I said. I totally didn't even hit on those other dots. I just saw that they were working, and I'm all like, why the fuck is this shit working? And my Quake map ain't. I should have run it over a dot, and I would have saw big floppy dicks. That's some Five Eyes troll bullshit. Oh my fucking God. You tell me that's just coincidence. Somebody telling me to suck their dick. Fuck you, Eric Briggs. Jesus Christ. Suck my fucking dick. Oh my God. See, that's the kind of tools they have. Deception and fucking disruption. That's all they got. That's all they got. And when they're fucking playing that game, you can see it. And it's so evident that it wakes up people that wouldn't normally wake up. Eric Briggs and Astronomy Live have been helping me this week. Yeah, I know. I didn't know. Butt plugs. I'm going to have to make some butt plugs for my Quake map now. If you can't fucking beat them, fucking pricks. Where the hell is my Eric Briggs? He said he was going to go look at the moon tonight. Admittedly, he hadn't. Right? I mean, just you guys were here. You read the same thing I did, didn't you? Didn't you? Who was here? I was here. I watched the whole fucking thing. I know, Renee. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, you keep typing. I can't believe you just kept typing. You know, I'm like. So let's all agree that you can't see that unless you travel north and south on the planet, but on your front porch, you're going around the whole half of the planet. And I'm like, did he actually just say that? You can't do that unless you're going up and down, but in your front porch, you're actually going around the half of the planet. And I'm all like, he actually did. He just. Almost. I think he's 12. I think he's like 12. I think he's 12. Maybe he's 12. I don't know. But I see that 12-year-olds understand this concept that we live on a spinning ball and the moon shouldn't be cartwheel. But it is. So that'd be insulting to 12-year-olds. I'm trying to fucking think of how somebody could actually be that confused, but I just keep coming up with the fact that he's paid, he's Five Eyes, he's tied in with Das as the fucking cameraman. I've already looked at who the fucking guy is. He's not confused. He knows the shit shouldn't be doing cartwheels. He's out there misdirecting people. I love it that they produced that much material. And then Eric Briggs come back today for an hour and a half live interview. I'm about to cry. I'm so fucking happy. That shit, I couldn't have asked for any better day. I wouldn't have even imagined to have asked for that good of a day in the first place. Jesus Christ, that was better than any time Ben ever came to my channel. Ben just come around in the comments afterwards and be all like, "Oh, I'm a dumbass." But this guy came in the live chat, was hanging out for an hour and a half, talking about, "Hey, I'm a dumbass." I'm going to contradict everything I say to you guys right here in real time. I am going to make myself look as fucktard as possible, and not one of you is going to have to help me. That's what he said for an hour and a half. I was like, Jesus Christ, look at this guy. He just keeps going. He typing shit. Fucking great. Hmm. Oh no, Renee. He probably tilted his camera. he just tilted his camera. It was the fucking he's gonna make money or fame. Something. I don't know what the fuck they think of. He's trying to tilted his camera. Of course he got some good shots of it. Cause it's doing fucking cartwheels in the sky, for fuck's sake. Baby. You can catch it with an iPhone. They got good cameras on them motherfuckers now. You can zoom in on that shit pretty good. My shit sucks. My shit's just a cheap fucking $40 fucking piece of shit camera, as you saw last night. Does all right though. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Further confirmation. It's just it keeps coming to one conclusion. Everybody's moon's doing a fucking cartwheel and it shouldn't. All at the same time. At the same time. I mean, you correlate your fucking times now. We got them from all over the globe. You start correlating your fucking times. Be like, oh, look, mine looks like this while yours looks like that. We got the whole gambit. We got the whole fucking gambit going on globally every night, man. It's fucking, and it's like, how in the hell could a fucking circuit navigator fucking navigate the globe using the goddamn moon anymore? You can't do it. You can't do it. Period. You can't fucking do it. When you have the whole band of fucking motion going crossing hemispheres too, it gets fucking confusing. Well, if you don't have an iPhone 10, Renee, you're probably in my same boat with me, and you got one of them shitty cameras. It's all good. But yeah, they do. Mine come out blurry and shitty. Yeah, GPS going whack quite frequently now. That's good shit. Why is that all of a sudden GPS getting off? Never did that before. Only recently started doing that shit. In the last few years, they've had to do this recalibrating. Yeah, Renee, I know. This is 2020. It would be this year. Yep, I concur. Your GPS died about the time the Quake map died. Quake reporting went down for a while all over the place. It wasn't just my map. My map came back hacked, though, obviously. That's why it's still down. That's disturbing. Did they do it through the USGS feed? Did they literally hack the fucking server through the USGS feed? I don't know. I'm sure someone's looking into it. Wouldn't that be interesting if it came through the USGS feed? I can only imagine that's the way it would come. I don't know. They probably, that company, have a lot of feeds coming in because they've got a lot of alert maps, as John was showing. And all of those maps show dots, but I guess all of them also show pornography. Gregorian is different and it changes, it shifts the years. That's something I was trying to tell people too. It's about 7 to 8 years off in 2012. Said nothing's going to happen in 2012. I promise. And I did. I made promises on my Facebook. All throughout 2011. and 12. It's like, this is just hype. This whole Mayan thing is hype. It's about the long count. And the long count is right, but the calendar is off. So now people are starting to find it a lot, and I'm starting to see it more. And yeah, it definitely correlates with 2020 being a fucking year of significance. And obviously it already has been. I think it's going to get much more significant the further we get into it. So. Yeah, the wild animals are already having issues, Glenn. If you look around, they're having big issues already and have been. At first, it was just the fish and the birds people were noticing dropping dead in flocks. Now there's big herds of reindeer and shit dropping dead in flocks. And it has every bit of to do with them running themselves to death, I think. Being lost, panicking, and having fucking heart attacks en masse. Yeah, Renee. I did. I noticed. I think I actually mentioned something about it. And their magnetite in their brain is telling them they're not where they geographically are. Perfect vision. That's right. That's where I'm at with it, Tom. If I had control of a fake timeline, like we all agree on one thing for sure, our timeline's fucked. They lied to us about all kinds of shit on our timeline. God knows what happened to even make the fucking Dark Ages happen. That's still up for debate. Okay. Rome and Greece and all the Egyptians and all this shit, the global and all this, our timeline is fucked. Reading the cuneiform, our timeline is fucked. So if I was in charge of a fucked timeline, I would probably at 2020 on the year I knew shit was going to hit the fan and then work my way back. Personally, it would make it easier for me to hit 2020 and be exact with my prophecies, wouldn't it? Just say. I think it was definitely done on purpose. Knowing how they operate, how they throw things in front of us in the first place. This is no coincidence. Whatever happens this year is no fucking coincidence. I'll tell you that. In my head, it's already sold. Watching your moon. Yeah, Glenn, I understand being on your knees in tears watching that thing flip, brother. But that's the thing. You thought I sounded crazy, and then you went out there and looked. And it really is crazy. It's that crazy. It's that crazy that you actually got to look. And I'm a dick about it. I'm a fucking straight dick about it. I ain't going to fucking make apologies for it either, brother. I love you, man. You need to see these things. You know that now. Of course. Or you wouldn't be here. Exactly. You're still here. Because you actually you were going to go look to prove me wrong, which is exactly what I would have done. I know how you're fucking crazy. And then it's like, oh, son of a bitch. All right, now if it rolls next, oh, son of a bitch. Well, next out, oh, son of a bitch. And that's how it happens. Your friends were asking you 5 years ago what's wrong with it. Well, now you know how to explain to them. Yeah, carrier pigeons, homing pigeons. Yeah, they should be able to find their way back home, shouldn't they? If that doesn't work, we got issues. Well, it's because we knew they were teaching us lies, Tom. And who's interested in learning lies? I want to know. I agree, Tom. And Glenn. Yes, we're old people and we know what it should do. Act seeing it not do what it should do is pretty big testimony to, yeah, I'm probably not that crazy, even though my fucking words sound insane. The moon's doing cartwheels. Fucking nuts. The rabbit upside down one morning. Yep. See, and that's how it is. The rabbit's upside down in the morning. The man in the moon's upside down in the morning. That's why we haven't been seeing the southern stars like the Southern Cross until recently, because morning is coming later and later in the morning. And by the time we come up around the sun, we're already down around those fucking stars and we're looking at them before we come up around and see the sun now. It's because of our tilt yet again. Which translation did I read of the? Well, I've read quite a few actually, and I just go crazy on those. This guy here reads a lot of it that we've been listening to, but it's on the Sumerian part of it, and he correlates it with the Bible and everything. He does a pretty decent job of it, but he starts everything post-diluvial. You know, he's on a different time scale. But I mean, they're all over the place. Bible canon. What I did, I made a video. I made a couple of videos showing you exactly what I did. Actually, I tracked it from looking for it. Show you how to search, how to find what you're going to find, and then we played Sitchin, which is pre-Genesis through the post-flood. See, Renee, that's awesome and beautiful that you've been able to do that with your family, because now your family, I mean, there's no division there now. Where there was, trying to wake somebody up's rough, especially if they're your loved one, family, all that shit, and you can take it personally, and it can get hard on a person. And finally, having your family watch the moon with you, and having that help that's one of the things that concreted me. I'm like, fuck, we need to stick to just the moon. Although today I broke it out with Orion and all the other stuff with the navigational shit. But we've been on just the moon for a fucking year. And it's good to change up tactics. It's getting old, right? So we'll go on to navigating on the moon and what it should look like in different regions at the time of night. Because it does matter a little bit as the time of night. And that's why I keep saying my moon should tell me exactly what fucking time of night it is. And it's not even telling me what day it is when it's doing the whole fucking gambit like that. You can't. You just can't do what you used to do with the moon anymore. It's okay. They're gonna stay there, and you got time. I'm just saying, I covered it. Anunnaki lies exposed. You'll see that one. That would be one of them. It does a little bit into politics too. We did like 3 or 4 in the series there. A few months ago. I don't remember. Good, really. Like a psychic. Something said. Like a psychic. Look, they are just. Is it them? I don't know. I'm not convinced. Let me look. What time is it? It's definitely time for me to be acting out because of some. If we're having heavy induction as usual. Getting heavier every day. Yeah. We'll push. Wonder is this in DC? Oh shit, something's off. Shit. Which one's off though? I need my plate map. So we're throwing. Oh shit! What's going on? Bell ringing. Panama, big fucking Cowie. Maybe a ship ran into the canal. Alright, let's see. No, there's a spike. Where is that? That's in Cuba. It looks like we might be experiencing a bell ringer here soon. I don't know. It hasn't started ringing the bell, but Panama just went fucking crazy. The feed is totally down. Here's another one going off. Marina Islands. Showing disturbances. About half of them. I'm not even sure if these damn things are current. Oh. Michigan, settle now. He's doing crazy shit now. Get attention. Yellowstone's has been shut down for how long? Depending on how current this is. Oh shit. It's been down for about 6 hours. The actual monitor is down at Yellowstone, and I'm not even sure if the rest of them are current. What time is it UTC right now? I can't tell without my Quake map. Let me see. I'll have to do a Google search now. My Quake map's been hacked. Need a pornography out of my fucking eyes. You suck. Suck, motherfucker. Alright, I can't find my X now. I'll start. Let's get set. Let's expand this one. Close that one. Oh, I say close it. Bitch. Close. Close it. It's under my teeth. Oh my god. What was I gonna look? I forgot what I was gonna look up. So there's some disturbance in the force. Oh yeah. Okay, so they're all off. Wait. All my UTCs are off. So that's just the fucking way it goes now. So it's like 1209 UTC here. At this point, we can be assured that believing oneself should be put under great scrutiny because everything is being tampered with. How's your head? Do you know the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels? Fly, I'm starting to get a little bit of a fucking itchy butthole syndrome going on too. Pretty convinced something's coming. What's up, Vigorous? How you doing? What's up, dog? The Heart Farm, I love it. You got a horrible headache? Well, relax your magnets. Just concentrate on relaxing here, not here. Here. Just hold it. That's going to help you. It may make you dizzy at first, but once you reorient, you'll be like, oh, okay. Just maintain the calm. Your dizzy is actually coming out of the whirlwind magnetically. It can be pretty overwhelming when you like and you release all that tension. It's like, okay, just hold it. Yeah, it does affect different people different ways because you're working on a different frequency. That is very true. And if you learn how to regulate your frequency and bring it into a relaxed state, it's going to help you with your headaches, with your multiple symptoms. There are multiple symptoms that go with this. Your headaches, your nausea, your dizziness. It graduates to madness and death. And we also hear this literally described where else? Every time these Anunnaki take a person from earth to heaven, they end up going mad and dying. Getting sick, they get deathly ill, they go mad, and they die. Because of the fucking lack of human frequency, that's why. You can't get it on planet heaven. You're going to be instantaneously and thoroughly subjected to a different frequency of a larger planet that ain't going to match yours, and you're going to be going batshit crazy and die. That's why they got to fucking pump that shit to the outer space stations, because they go batshit crazy and want to eat each other, the Astros. I have had a really good day today, Wolf. We had Eric Briggs over here for an hour and a half, live session. It was fucking beautiful. He helped wake up people's families that were listening to us debate that hadn't looked at the moon or sat around thinking, these motherfuckers are crazy. It ain't coincidence. Ain't no coincidence. Oh, not when you're looking at truth. All you're going to do is run into it. Different parallel paths. You come right into the same fucking thing. You know that's got to be some kind of truth right there. Head pressure and feeling it in your chest. Yes. Yes, you're getting affected in a different way. You can feel that on the onset of it coming in. That's a time to just fucking step back a minute and relax your magnet, because mom's pushing whatever. If you're in tune with her, and even not so much into, you're going to feel everything she does with her magnet, which includes closing those field lines. You're going to feel that push and stress on your magnet, because all the magnets on the chain are affected by everything that happens to the one magnet in encompassing the entire chain instantaneously. That's part of scalar physics. So sometimes when you catch your breath short, like, and you know you can breathe, but you're feeling the pressure in your chest and in your head, it's exactly what you're feeling. You're feeling the push and the fucking pressure, that magnet pressure on your magnet. That's scalar physics. It demands that you're going to feel those symptoms, you bet. Tom, that's part of the problem, see? And once you start getting over that, yeah, the programming will tell you something different and you don't want to listen to mom. I've gone through that. And then it's all clear all of a sudden. It's like, shit. I'm such a fucktard. Speaking for myself. Yeah, it becomes easier with time and handing over and understanding you are physically. It sure helps. It sure helps. I feel sorry for people who will be coming online late in the game. Although this is, to me, this is kind of late in the game, but this is still, you guys are, you're here. You got your base. You know, you got a magnet. You know, mom's alive. You know, our creator is greater than we were ever led to believe. You know, the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. You're on base. You know how to relax your magnets, and if you don't, you need to practice that, because that's pretty much just hand over the magnet to mom. She'll work it for you. She knows how to work it better than I do. I think it's a huge cover, yes, Renee. Multi cover points. The most important, of course, being the food chain, because that one would acutely affect the way the masses acted if they knew the truth. And it did. It happened with the sideways moon. Yes, last year I believe we went around our orbit. I don't believe we did this year though. Of course, because we monitored and watched and talked about Orion all the way through the summer. So this year, I don't believe we actually went around our orbit. Last year, we were stifling. You could tell we were stifling on it a little bit. I think we actually got landlocked, so to speak, and held in a certain position this year. It really hasn't graduated much when it should have. And I've been looking at Orion every night, and I should be looking completely away from Orion, completely in the opposite direction. He should be behind me, behind the sun. I should never see him through the earth or the sun in the summertime. You know that. I shouldn't do that. I should not do that. But we have. For months now, I've been talking about it on previous videos. I've been telling people, go look at Orion, go look at it, because I can see Orion. I got eyes. So yeah, it's been a pretty crazy summer. Even though it's always been kind of crazy, there's been a few changes this year that didn't happen before. But honestly, I'm not. I mean, how else does that happen? It's either that or we rose above the ecliptic to the point that we're seeing over the sun. But I mean, we would still be pointed away, wouldn't we, at night? So that can't really answer it. We have to still be on the right side of the sun to make that happen throughout the summer. And it's going to be really curious to see if this zodiac doesn't pass us by and we kind of stay fluxing slower than what we would. So, because, we're probably going to be traveling in a slow arc, which suns and their energy do. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. So, all I know, we've been watching stars we shouldn't have seen all summer. Heart failure, people running their vans off the road because they see two suns coming up. We almost saw that when my son was videotaping that one guy in front of us. He damn near fucking wrecked his van. Fucking so close, dude. By the time we was catching his eye, I was like, oh shit, I was starting to slow down a little bit. Motherfucker might roll his van. Oh shit, that was fucking awesome. Yeah, Catfish Glass Eye is an awesome group because Homebrewed and Kendra got that going and they've worked it up real good. And I backed out of there, so there's no chance of me coming around cussing at you, calling anybody fucktard, and grow it. Because I was in there at one point and I was yelling at everybody. I jumped on Kendra, and I jumped on her friend, then I jumped on Kendra, then I jumped on her friend. Then I left the group. Then Kendra come here and brought her friend with her. I jumped on Kendra and her friend. I still love Kendra. I don't like her friends much. I know she does, Renee. And I didn't mean to hurt her. If I did, Kendra's a big girl. She'll get over it. She could come here too anyway. She ain't blocked here. she just might want to make an alias. So I don't yell at her. Had a stroke today. Bummer. Bummer for Ron. Yeah, a lot of people, Tom, you'll find that they aren't interested in it because they haven't taken the time to understand what it means. And it doesn't affect their paying rent or their big screen TV or their spinny wheels they just got and took out a loan on their car for. Well, I do too, Tom. The Fed is an integral part of the contract. That's why they popped Kennedy in the head and gave him a honeypot. That's why they honeypotted Kennedy, man. He wanted to end the Fed. You know that story. We went over the grassy knolls. Yeah, all roads definitively lead back to Rome. And the corporation, if you actually look at what it is. Absolutely, Renee. Well, he was the kindly uncle, Vigorous. That was his play. That was his part in the play, to challenge the establishment but never be elected. He knew that better than anybody. I loved him though. He was always talking the right shit. Yeah, that sucks. He got excited about something, didn't he? As we get older, we got to watch our health. But Ron had a good heart. He was always voiceful, even from when he was young. And I think that hung him to his position that he was left in as a fringe, because he was in the club. He played their games, but he always spoke out. Yemen is crazy. Well, I'm glad you learned about Yemen, Renee, because nobody seems to know about Yemen or care or understand what's even transpiring over there, or that Trump's even there. He acts like he's bringing home the troops. He acts like he's bringing home troops. I saw him talking the other day. I don't even know what he was talking about. He was talking about something about bringing home all the troops. I'm like, fuck, dude, you just deployed everybody in the world that had been recalled overseas. We just watched that happen. Like what? Last week. Yeah, he's been told to stop killing over there quite a few times and ordered by Congress. Yeah. Wake up or you'll die of shame. Yeah, absolute shame. Yeah, the entire they're in on it, but they have to actually put on face. They have to put on face still. Absolutely. But they go into this knowing that no one's leaving anywhere. We're sending in more troops, in fact. They're singing, everybody's singing. Troops are coming home, and they're sending out more and more moms and dads and uncles that have been retired from the fucking military, recalling them out of the reserves and sending them into active duty. While they're singing, we're bringing them all home. But if you vote, I suggest Yosemite Sam or yourself. Because I don't want to be the president. I got 3 votes last year and it scared me. I was too close to getting it. I gotta get my soup. What are you bitching about? Oh, Miss Patty. Oh, she broke through the door. The door of denial. She's like, I'm here now, motherfucker. I'm here now. Look, you gonna listen to me. I'm here now. I want some of your soup. I smell your soup, motherfucker. I smell that shit. It's cooking. It's cooking, motherfucker. I see you down there. Hound dog. I ain't talking about a hound dog. Hound dog! Pretty honeycomb. 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 Hound dog! Hound dog! Hound dog! Fucking hound dog! Oh, the fucking hound dog. Here you go. Hound dog. Fucking hound dog! She's upset with me. I'm not paying enough attention to it. Where's Timmy? Is Timmy in the well? Did you choke on Timmy? In the well? Poor Timmy. Poor Timmy. Look at her, she's laying up there defeated now. So, oh, he's just gonna make fun of me now. Okay, so let's go divvy up some soup. We all know how I feel about soup. Oh, I gotta turn off the explosives. Scooby fucking Doo. Here we come. We'll just take the computer. I don't need the whole thing. I can come back for it. she just little. Oh, she just little. What are you doing, shitball? Look out, shitball number 2. Excited for no reason.
None of the soup is for you,
Oh, this shit ain't even ready yet.
It's not even for you, Patrick.
I put it on way too low.
It's not even for you. For you, dumb dog.
Alright. Oh my god. It's actually pretty close to fucking perfect. So, is he giving you love? Is he loving you? How dare he give you hugs? Cut it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Back. No. Barking dog.
It's crazy.
Fuck. Mayhem. Oh my god. Okay. Taking you, ladies and gentlemen, back to the broadcast room. I gotta run to the store and get some milk. I know. Fuck. I gotta do it quickly. They're gonna fucking close. See, that's my whole problem. Fuck. I haven't gone anywhere today and done anything. I should have thought about it. I knew I needed milk last night. I apologize that everything's on hold till I get back. Probably another 15 minutes at the most. Miss Patches. Emergency alert. Gas leak. Stay indoors. It's fucking cow farts. It's fucking cow. No. See, you don't like it either. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I'll be back soon. Don't let Patches down here. Gas leak. Huh.
And the extremely variable climate of the region also helped this industry.
I gotta get milk.
That's because during the long dry season, when all plant life died and agriculture was impossible, many farmers would hang up their farm tools and go prospecting for gold instead. The 10th century Iranian geographer Ibn al-Faqih seems to have heard some version of this process, as he relates in his geography text, the Book of Lands.
In Africa, gold grows in the sand like carrots do and is picked at sunrise.
These part-time prospectors would gather together their tiny amounts of gold dust and wait for the trading caravans to pass through. Due to the great variety of languages used in this part of the world, these traders would often engage in a practice known as silent barter. They would lay out their goods on rugs, ornaments and tools, foods, spices, and most importantly, salt, which is hard to come by in sub-Saharan Africa and was crucial for preserving food. The traders would then beat on large drums and blow trumpets and withdraw out of sight. The local amateur gold miners would emerge and place their little nuggets and flecks of gold in front of the goods they wanted, offering what they thought they were worth. The traders would then return, and if they accepted the price, they would take the gold. They would then travel north and exchange it with North African traders, who would give them more salt and exotic Mediterranean goods in return. Soon, a veritable river of gold flowed north across the desert, and through this system, the early kingdoms of West Africa swelled to eye-watering wealth. To give you a sense of the kind of wealth we're talking about, it's worth looking at the example of one of Africa's most famous medieval kings. His name has gone down in history as Mansa Musa, the wealthiest man in the world. The Empire of Ghana, which had ruled much of West Africa for 500 years, went into decline at some point during the 13th century. It passed through the final stages of that imperial cycle we talked about. Its power weakened, its client states demanded independence, and finally, one of its own conquered subjects eclipsed it in power, snapping up its old dominions and seizing control of the lucrative Saharan trade routes. This was the beginning of a new empire. Eventually, even the Ghanaian kingdom was absorbed into this rising power, and it would become known as the Empire of Mali. The Mali Empire inherited much of the wealth and power of its predecessor, but it developed the system of trans-Saharan trade to eye-watering size. Its most famous king, Mansa Musa, was a genius of public relations. He was so famous that he even appears on a medieval European map known as the Catalan Atlas, holding a gold coin and wearing a gold crown. Mansa Musa's journey to become the king of Mali is probably one of the strangest stories of royal succession in history. The year was 1312. Musa was an elite member of the Mali court, serving an eccentric old king named Abu Bakr II. Musa was around the age of 32 when he was summoned to see the king. The king told him that Musa would be appointed as deputy and rule in the king's place while he was away. This was a common enough event, as kings who went off on campaign or pilgrimage would often appoint deputies to rule in their place. But it's where the king was going that must have raised at least a few eyebrows. Towards the end of his reign, the old king Abu Bakr became convinced that it would be possible to sail far enough across the Atlantic Ocean that he might reach the other side. In fact, he became obsessed with this idea. The Arab historian Shihab al-Umari once spoke to Mansa Musa and recounts the king's version of what happened next.
The ruler before me believed that it was possible to reach the end of the ocean that encircles the earth. So he equipped 200 boats full of men and gold, water and food enough for several years. He ordered the admiral not to return until they reached the end of the ocean. They set out. The absence extended over a long period of time, and at last only one boat returned.
The sailors on this boat brought back a tale of a great whirlpool that had sucked the fleet down beneath the waves, leaving only their vessel afloat. Most likely, the fleet was wrecked during an Atlantic storm, but this whirlpool may have also been the formidable Canary Current that flows down the African continent. But the king Abu Bakr was not deterred, and he seems to have decided that if you want a job done, you should do it yourself.
This time he ordered 2,000 boats to be equipped for him and for his men, and 1,000 more for water and food. Then he departed.
This story has long fascinated historians of West Africa. Of course, Abu Bakr would be proved right by history. Other lands really did lie beyond the ocean, and with the passage of only a few centuries, the fate of Africa would become inextricably tied to those lands. Some historians have slightly fancifully searched for evidence that Abu Bakr II may have actually reached the New World nearly 200 years before Columbus, but there is no real evidence for this. What's more, the only account we have of this story was the one given by the new king Mansa Musa. And as we'll find out later, kings can often be a little cagey about how exactly their predecessors met their ends. Still, the storyteller in me finds it an irresistible anecdote to mention, and something about the pure weirdness of it does tempt me to believe it. That this immensely wealthy king, not satisfied with the things of this world, sailed out into the ocean on an impossible quest and drowned somewhere on his way to a new one. Whatever the circumstances of his rise to power, we do know that Musa was a fearsomely effective ruler. During his reign, he expanded the Mali Empire and conquered a further 24 cities, folding them into the largest empire that Africa had ever seen. But one event would secure his place in history. It would show the talent he had for self-promotion and would ensure that his name was on the lips of Europeans and Arabs for centuries to come. And that was his eye-wateringly expensive pyramid Mecca. Just goods that flow up and down trade routes. Human cultures also travel along them too. And with the increasing traffic of trade across the Sahara, West Africa was slowly being introduced to new and exotic ways of life. Chief among these foreign imports was the Arab culture, and along with it, the young religion of Islam. For the early kings of Mali, converting to Islam was an entry point into the world of the Mediterranean coast. It was a way to gain acceptance and influence among these various powerful kingdoms. The first Malian king we can reliably say was a Muslim was named Sundiata Keita, and he ruled in the first half of the 13th century, nearly 100 years before Musa. But religion would always form a fracture that ran the whole length of West African society, dividing the rich from the poor and city dwellers from the countryside. The people living in the farms and villages of West Africa, the people who worked the land and herded the cattle, were what we call animists. That means, loosely speaking, that they worshipped their ancestors, alongside the ancient spirits of nature and the magic that lived in the mountaintops and the forests. The Muslim chronicles record these kinds of beliefs with barely concealed contempt.
They worship idols among trees and stones. They make sacrifices to them and pray to them for their needs. Among these people are diviners and sorcerers.
But in the cities, Islam was the dominant religion, at least in name. For a West African citizen of this time, becoming a Muslim had a number of benefits. It helped you to build a rapport and trade with the foreigners who arrived from across the desert, and at times it allowed people to avoid certain taxes. And it also shielded people from the increasingly bold slave-taking raiders who came down from the Sahara. Just like in Christian Europe, under Islamic law, it was illegal for a Muslim to take another Muslim as a slave. And this prohibition was taken very seriously. The 14th century Islamic scholar Makhluf al-Balbali was one of the first to set this law in writing.
Anyone who is known to be from those lands, which are known to be the lands of Islam, and who mentions he is from those lands, should be let go and should be adjudged free. This was the ruling of the jurists of Andalusia.
Legal disputes would even erupt periodically over whether it was allowed to sell slaves who had converted after being captured. And for the Kingdom of Mali as a whole, converting to Islam offered similar protections. Again, similar to Christian Europe, Muslim kings were only supposed to go to war when it was legally sanctioned. A legal war of this kind was known as a jihad, or holy struggle. Legal approval would rarely be given for a war against another Muslim nation. By the time Mansa Musa took the throne, Mali had been a Muslim empire for over 100 years. But Musa was a devout Muslim and would go on to forge strong and enduring links with the rest of the Muslim world. He finally made a pilgrimage to Mecca that began in the year 1324. But even on this religious duty, Musa seems to have had a keen eye for his image. He reportedly traveled with an impressive retinue that caused a sensation across the medieval world. He was accompanied by a caravan consisting of 60,000 men, including a personal retinue of 12,000 slaves, all carrying golden staffs and wearing brocade and Persian silk. He's also supposed to have traveled with a baggage train of 80 camels, each carrying 300 pounds of gold. At today's market rates, that would be a value of around 500 million or $500 million. At every city he stopped at, Mansa Musa handed out this gold to the poor in huge amounts. But his generosity had a number of inadvertent effects. All along his pilgrimage route, he left economic chaos in his wake. In the cities of Cairo, Medina, and Mecca that he passed through, the sudden influx of gold caused a collapse in the metal's value for the next decade, causing enormous inflation and devastating their economies. On his way home, perhaps a little bashful at the devastation he had caused, Musa loaned back all the gold he could find in Egypt in an attempt to somewhat stabilize the price. It's the first and last time in history that one man has controlled the price of all the world's gold. But the Empire of Mali, while incredibly wealthy, wasn't to last. It would soon follow Ghana's footsteps along that imperial cycle, and one of its client states, which was only just beginning to flex its muscles, would soon become the true subject of this episode, and the largest empire in African history. And that state, finally, was the Kingdom of Songhai. I think this is a good point to mention that there are essentially three groups of sources about the history of this region of West Africa, and they can often give wildly divergent versions of events. The first source is the Arab travelers and historians who occasionally crossed the Sahara and wrote about what they saw. Of these, two stand out for the length and detail of their descriptions. One of these is the traveler Ibn Battuta. He was the Moroccan Marco Polo. Over a period of 30 years in the 14th century, he traveled all over the Middle East, North and Sub-Saharan Africa, then through Afghanistan and Central Asia, India and Sri Lanka, and even on to China. And it's on one of these great journeys that he explored the kingdoms of West Africa during the time of the Mali Empire. Nearly 2 centuries later, in the early 16th century, another traveler, a Spanish Moor who would become known as Leo Africanus, traveled in West Africa. Afterwards, he was captured by European pirates and taken to Rome, where he was forced to convert to Christianity. And there he wrote down accounts of all his travels. But visitors of this kind are few and far between. Each one acts like a kind of snapshot, capturing a moment in time, and they can sometimes be frustratingly vague about the kinds of things that are interesting to a modern historian, The second source of information is the storytelling tradition of West Africa itself. This region is home to a unique tradition of folklore, presided over by a mysterious caste of mystics and holy men known as the griots. For millennia, these griots have played the roles of storyteller, historian, singer, poet, and musician all together in West African society. These griots were repositories of an oral tradition, memorizing their stories and histories and passing them on from one generation to another. They were treated as wise men and magicians too, and often held positions as advisors to the kings and rulers. You're currently listening to a pair of griots from the town of Yelekela in modern Mali, still practicing this ancient tradition today. Like most of the world's folklore traditions, the stories of the griots were often not written down until the 19th century. Between different regions today, the stories of griots can differ greatly, and while they are an invaluable piece of cultural heritage, as a historian, they can often prove a frustrating source of information. To the griots, the boundary between history and myth is very thin. Their histories include fantastical stories full of sorcerers and magic, but they are an incredible source for learning about how the people of this region perceive their own history, and studies of their folklore have been used comparatively to corroborate or strengthen other sources. The final source is a kind of mixture of these two traditions, and that's the scribes of Timbuktu. We'll talk much more about Timbuktu later, but for now I'll only say that it was a library city on the edge of the desert. It was home to a serious scholarly tradition where scribes and learned men were trained. They were connected to an international network of intellectuals, which stretched from the libraries of Baghdad and Alexandria to the mosques of Cordoba in Spain. The scribes of Timbuktu were genuinely interested in recording history. Some of them even traveled with West African kings, with the express purpose of writing down the events they saw. Two of the most prominent works by these scribes are known as the Timbuktu Chronicles. They are the Tarikh al-Fatash and the Tarikh al-Sudan, the Chronicle of the Seeker and the Chronicle of Africa. And you'll hear a lot more from both throughout this episode. Although many of the scholarly families of Timbuktu traced their lineage back to Arab Muslims, many of them were also West African, and they were steeped in the ancient traditions and folklore of the people. Although they liked to pretend that they weren't immune from the influence of the griots, those magical storytellers, and this comes through in the histories of the Timbuktu Chronicles, which are full of prophecies and dream visions, magical stories where men can turn into animals and kings can talk with demons. The Tarikh al-Fatash, for instance, recounts one origin story for the Songhai people. It relates how they were once ruled by a king who was half fish and half man, who every night swam up the Niger River and terrorized his subjects. Finally, a hero overthrows this fishman and becomes the Songhai's first king. But the scribe of the Chronicle relates some of these stories with a slight sense of embarrassment, and even includes this anxious disclaimer.
Most of the tales we have recounted are almost certainly not true. We ask forgiveness from God the Most High.
Another thing to mention is that both these chronicles were also political documents. They were written on the orders of kings, so they often massage history into a shape that casts these kings in the most flattering light. But if we apply their accounts cautiously, overlapping them both and placing them in conversation with other sources, they are also invaluable for learning about what happened during this time. So these are the sources we have to rely on. The fragmentary...
So we'll get back to those sources in a second. Moving operations to cooler zones. This one's still fucking hot. You know how it is when it's fucking hot. You don't feel like eating. And it's my fucking dinner time, so I gotta get out of this hot environment to utilize my time properly. So let's carry this motherfucker on upstairs. Eric Briggs been back. No such luck. Oh well. Oh well. We got an hour and a half live with him today. That was fun. That was worth waking up this morning. See, my soup is hot now. See, I just put it in a smaller bowl or pot. Of course, leave my big one in the fridge. Warm up. Enough for me and the Junior Birdman. Tonight, we're going to eat on our fucking special boat plates. Go ahead, make fun of me. I'll stick patches on you. Yeah, I tried patches. Zombie rules.
I'm hearing people that you have patches that need hugs.
She needs love. She likes love. Oh, give me more love. Of course, Nikita. Alright, let go of her. That's enough. Come on.
Never. That's your head pieces.
Dude, don't worry. You don't have to have any. If you don't want any, you know. What?
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Now try that. Excuse me, Patches. It's enough. Thank you. Thank you for shutting the fuck up. Oh, fuck you, 2 feet. Kisses. Her gave me kisses. Fucking dog. Alright, so this is Reese's Peanut Butter Cup ice cream going in here, and we're going to give generous heaping scoops to the blender until it looks like it's like full of generous heaping scoops. But my mouth's watering. My mouth's already going at it. That's a big old Reese cup. Oh my God. The mouth is watering. I just personally cannot wait to dig into this. See what happens when you get a tooth pulled? You gotta go on liquid. Glad those dishes were clean when I threw the ice cream on them. I ain't got to do them again. Did you hear me? What? So I'm glad those dishes went through the ice cream on them. At least I don't have to do them again.
Get your patches.
Oh, Patches. Patches Supreme. With extra sour cream on my free show. Oh, you gotta plug in the blender. You gotta plug it in. Okay. So that's blended. Whew, I'm sweating now. That was the hardest part of dinner. How? Now we break up the magic cup. The magic cup scoops up beans and soup and bacon. Now, let me not forget my most important step to this delectable meal that I am about to partake, because it is butter and bean soup. And keeping in mind, I left some of the butter content out because I intended to add some to each batch. Oh yeah, generous heaping harp of green motherfucking butter. That one in my fucking mouth. That's melting. Oh, green butter makes everything. Look, I'm drooling. I'm drooling. Green butter tastes good with green butter. It makes everything else taste better. Butter. So, yet again with the magic cup, we will add hot sauce right up in there to melt that butter on in there. And flavor with my final seasonings. Now you're starting to see why I turn off them gases, ain't you? Because by the time I'm done eating this, I'm going to be like, oh, you know, I haven't had a nap for a while. Hurry up, Chico. She's coming in for yours. Dude, go get hers. Go get hers, Chico. She's fucking you, Chico. That's too hot for you. But she just fucked Chico out of his. Feel sorry for you some days, Chico. I have also acquired the cheddar cheeses with the crackers to go with the soup instead of the high hose this evening that we've had last time. Oh shit. Although we still have the high hose, I like mixing it up a little bit. I forgot to get Parmesan cheese though, which is like an essential to the perfect soup mix, of course. But just as good. Actually better. Better for your health. Add a nice little generous portion of those on top of your fucking healthy soup. And it'll taste nutty at the same time as beanish with delicious bacon. Fucking bacon nuts. Hey, son.
What?
Your pig slop is prepared.
I thought it was your pig slop.
Oh,
You made it?
Your pig slop is in, like, you can have some if you'd like, but you don't have to. Oh, fuck, man.
Hey,
All right.
it's bread.
Well, be careful.
It's bread.
That milkshake could get you.
That dude, you got cheese.
I did get Cheez-Its. I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
When you put them on my plate. Yes, they won't notice the very blatantly obvious cheese that's on my plate. It's blatantly obvious. So hard to notice them.
Well, I was hoping that you wouldn't notice, and I'd be able to pass them off as field rotation.
What?
I think you heard what I said. I said I was hoping that you wouldn't notice the Cheez-Its and I would be able to pass them off as mere field rotation and an illusion on your plate. On your plate. It's just an illusion you have Cheez-Its. It's just a fucking illusion. See how that works? I like illusions. I like Eric Briggs' tactic. It's fucking great. It's an illusion. Really? I didn't just see that myself with my own eyes? Oh. And the fucktard of the year award goes to Jesus. That fucking guy. Okay, now, by now my green butter is just a melted pool of ick in this, because you don't like it. You don't like green butter. You should probably make some and give it all to me, because you don't like it. It's nasty. Ew. Makes things taste delicious. I mean, horrible. You see, here's my hemp seed. Nice covering of that. And then I just kind of tend to mix it up a little bit with the butters. And it's going to flavor this soup as a completely different monster than my poor kids having. Well above and beyond satisfactory. Fucking delicious.
3 unreliable accounts of Arab travelers in the region.
I like this guy.
The griot storytellers who still spin tales of the ancient times, and the scribes of Timbuktu, desperately trying to make sense of it all, with a king breathing over their shoulder.
Well,
because of the naturally unreliable nature of all of these sources, the history of this region is filled with many gaps
they made a porno out of my goddamn web
many questions and uncertainties
of quakes, man.
that I will attempt to navigate as we go forwards.
How do they want to do that? They made a fucking porno out of my fucking quake map. That's fucked up. You know that's fine.
The earliest written records mentioning the kingdom of Songhai appear in the 10th century. They mention a small kingdom on the banks of the Niger River, and for much of its history, that's all it was. Songhai centered around the city of Gao, a great trading terminus where the expanse of the Sahara met the green floodplain of the Niger. Just outside of Gao, a great sand dune looms over the skyline. It's known as the Rose Dune, due to the reddish color it turns at sunrise. And since ancient times, it has been thought to be the home of sorcerers, supposed to meet there after dark, to perform their rituals and spells.
How you doing, Noel?
And despite Islam being officially adopted by the royal court of Songhai as early as the year 1019, the city of Gao would always retain something of that character. More than perhaps any other city in the region, it still retained a deep-seated connection to the ancient ways of Africa. Gao was a great cosmopolitan marketplace where African cola nuts, gold, ivory, slaves, spices, palm oil, and precious woods were traded for Mediterranean goods, like salt, textiles, weapons, horses, and the metal copper. Gao was what's known as an entrepot, or entry port, the terminus of a vast array of trade routes which spread out from it like a web. The explorer Leo Africanus, who visited Gao in the 16th century, writes about the rich trade he saw arriving from Europe.
He'll be joining us shortly.
It is a wonder to see the quality of merchandise that is daily brought here, and how costly and sumptuous everything is. Horses purchased in Europe for 10 ducats are sold here for 40 and sometimes 50 ducats apiece. There is not European cloth so coarse as to sell for less than 4 ducats per cubit. A cubit of the scarlet of Venice, or of Turkish cloth.
The site is called Fall of
a sword is here valued at 3 or 4 crowns, and likewise as spears, bridles, and similar commodities.
Fall of Civilization.
And spices are all sold at a high
rate.
Love
it, man. I've been listening to him for a couple
of
years.
All other items, salt is the most expensive. While gold was universally used for trade,
I keep telling y'all I'm a geek.
Another type
what up, Jared?
That was widespread in this region. These were cowrie shells. The shells of a type of sea snail that occurs most commonly.
Yeah, we're out of the dungeon. We've already been in there about 3 or 4 hours today.
These small shells served much the same purpose as gold. They were beautiful enough to be universally desired, and they were rare enough to be safe repositories of value.
Well, I told you had to come find the place first, Jared.
Like coins in the era before coins were minted.
Need to draw you a map.
The classical Chinese symbol for money even derives from a stylized drawing of one of these shells. Whether measured in gold or in cowries, by the year 1325, the wealth of the city of Gao had swollen it to such a degree that Mansa Musa, the richest man in the world and the emperor of Mali, desired to seize it. Musa soon ordered his armies to march against Gao and absorb it into his empire. In the preceding centuries, the wealth of Mali had turned it into a powerful military machine. If accounts are to be believed, Mali at this time had an army of 100,000 soldiers, including 10,000 horsemen. These were drawn from the aristocracy, just like European knights. Ironworking as a craft had been perfected in the Empire of Ghana, so that now whole clans of Mali's Mandinka people were given over to it, responsible for creating the spearheads, swords, and arrows used by the imperial army. Mali's soldiers wore leather helmets, and sometimes iron chainmail imported from Arabia. A certain proportion of this army were likely slave soldiers. Most would have been conscripted citizens, but many were also professional soldiers. And Mali's army also incorporated specialist fighters from the different territories that made up the empire. Oral historians recount the use of poison.
That's one problem about this guy. He's very rigid on what's mythology and what's standard history. And he leaves gaps, of course, where standard history does, because he refuses to bring in the mythology as it's not mythology. Yeah, I don't like that about this guy, but he does give the story. He gives the story. He gives the story. And he'll even go into some of the mythology in most of them. But
and bowmen from the Sankarani River in the south,
what you get.
Fire archers from Ouagadougou to the north, and heavy cavalry from the northern state of Mema. Against this force, the small city-state of Gao would have had little chance. It was soon folded into the Empire of Mali, but by all accounts, Gao did quite well as a client state of this greater power. The Arab explorer Ibn Battuta visited Gao
they can get it easier
years
here
later
too.
In 1353.
And they have been.
In his writings,
until
he is often quite
recent
scathing
years.
About Africa. He was scandalized by many of the customs of Mali's people and what he perceived to be the rudeness of their manners. For instance,
a few years ago, I showed on my Facebook page, there was a story. You know how they happen, one story and then it gets quiet. There was a story about how globally miners had died on one day from actually simultaneously in one day from a massive charge that came through the veins that they were digging in. And they had to halt production.
At one point in his writings, he turns up his nose at the food offered to him by a local chief.
Because their miners are dying when they go in there.
The meal was served, some pounded millet mixed with a little honey and milk. This convinced me that there was no good to be hoped for from these people, and I made up my mind to travel back to Morocco at once.
Electric.
So I think it's telling that when he saw the walls, the gates, and the mosques of Gao, as well as the rich surplus of food kept in its storehouses, the sight seems to have impressed him greatly. Then I traveled to the town of Gao.
Through her veins, actually. They were digging in the veins. Gold veins are attached to her center spark. It's how she drives. And tells induction to pull in and all this stuff. Something set off a safety switch, killed all the fucking miners. People have asked me, has that affected her ability to drive? I'm like, obviously not. Because at some point, a safety switch went off. I don't know what the fuck that was. Maybe it was mom waking up. I don't know. But I do know an incident occurred. And since then, they're like 100 to 1 on contracts for ounces of gold now. They're falling way behind on their production because they're having to get their gold out of the rocks, smelting instead of digging out of the pure ores in the veins. Yep, we do, Tom. We do.
Which is a great town on the Niger, one of the finest, biggest, and most fertile cities of Africa. There is much rice there, and milk, and chickens, and fish, and the cucumber, which has no like. While for a time the empire of Mali seemed invincible, there were a number of great weaknesses hiding just beneath its surface. And all it took for those to emerge was for the great king Mansa Musa to pass away. One of the greatest challenges any society faced up until very recently was that of royal succession. For most of history, countries have been ruled by kings. But when a king died, the question over who would rule his kingdom could become a lethal matter. If the king had an heir or named a successor, this person would have a strong claim, but he would need to command an overwhelming body of support from the lords and nobles and other stakeholders in the kingdom. But if a king died without an heir, then multiple challenges might present themselves. In the worst cases, the country would divide itself among the challengers, and this would lead to a war. If all the wars of succession in history are taken into account, we could probably find no greater waste of resources and time, let alone human life and suffering. Civil wars routinely brought countries to their knees, destroyed their industries, and decimated. In many ways, they represented a greater danger than any plague, earthquake, or famine. And the people of this time lived in constant fear of them. In Europe, kings were terrified of dying without having produced a son. But in West Africa, the problem was usually not too few sons, but too many. West African kings usually had multiple wives, with 4 being allowed under medieval laws. So the chance of a king dying without an heir was much less than in Europe. According to the chronicles, one Songhai king named Askia Muhammad would have 37 sons during his reign, while the oral tradition places the number at closer to 500. And the problem
presidential assassination, new shot. It's just fucking nuts. President's assassination, sex shop, threat attempts. That is off the hook. Other suspicious sex shop activity. I'm not fucking kidding you. Somebody has hacked my fucking site and really just putting it. It is just fucked up. Presidential assassination sex shop. Attempts 5, it said. I've been saying they're going to fucking pop a cap in him, but don't worry about him when his toupee runs and hits the crowd. It's his body double you should be worried about. I've said that since before the election. Now we're seeing some shit like this. Right after the peace accords, etc., etc., the dead prince comes back 3 days later, fucking boom, 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 Armageddon, fucking Syria dies, fucking invasion of Babylon. Damn, like the guy read the book or some shit. Yes, I have. Makes you wonder what's coming next month, doesn't it? My cheese rotate. You know, I got a cracker. It's just field rotation, man. Fucking illusion. It's not a Cheez-It. You should just give them to me. I try these Eric Briggs tactics on my kid, and they just don't work. No matter how much I tell him it's a fucking illusion, he wants his goddamn Cheez-Its. I know, right? It's a plane taking off over your head. Wow, boom! Motherfucking cartwheeling plane. That's the only time I've ever seen a plane cartwheel is when it ended up in flames. I mean, come on. What's it going to do? What's it going to do? That's right. It's going right down. I'm going to fucking crash. Nobody ever addresses that point, do they? And I go, it's just like an airplane taking off over your head. Well, no, because the airplane didn't flip. And the last time I saw the plane flip, it ended up in a ball of fire. Call me a liar. Go ahead. These fucking people and their flipping plane moves.
Wasn't only with sons fighting over the crown.
When
Large
you listen to them
families
talk, it
meant
gets
that any
funnier and
king
funnier
usually
the more
had
they talk.
a great number of brothers who
good
may
shit,
have fancied a hand of being king themselves. And with so many potential claimants to the throne, it would have been utterly essential to have clear and universally agreed upon laws about who should be king. And that's exactly what the kingdoms of West Africa didn't have.
Panama looking excited over there.
Those laws that did exist were elaborate and needlessly complicated. So when a king died, there were often multiple interpretations of who should take the throne. And this is something we'll see happen over and over throughout this episode.
See, I don't think
in times of peace, during the long reigns of its great kings, West Africa flourished. But the death of its kings virtually always led to disaster.
Their whole reporting scheme is fucking starting to upset
In Mali, the great king Mansa Musa died in the year 1337, and the first to replace him was his son Magan. But Musa also had a brother, a man named Suleiman.
There's more.
Musa's son Magan ruled for only 4 years before his uncle struck.
There's more frequency changers in China than anywhere else in the world, i.e., particle accelerators. And they are on the family line in power right now. Or coming in. Not certain. I'm pretty sure, though. Well, of course, who's in power right now? The House of Enlil. We know this. The House of Enlil is in charge because Yahweh. And who Enlil is. Or his family. Yeah, Chinese people are good people, just like everybody else. That's why I said it's our governments that keep us divided by these false divisions. And they generally keep to themselves, do they not? Spreading freedom. Freedom through death.
Right. Killing Magan and taking the throne for himself. Such an illegitimate act enraged the lords of the kingdom, and they each brought forth their contesting claims for the throne.
It will.
What followed was a succession crisis that destroyed the unity of the empire.
You think that's an accident? They built that just now?
Mali's strong, united army
they got cover
splintered
inland
into
China
factions,
too.
and it began to fight itself. Perhaps sensing weakness in the once great empire, horsemen from the land of Mossi to the south crossed the Niger River and began raiding around the city of Timbuktu.
To even cause that to happen.
Racked by civil war, the Malians were unable to react, and the raids on their borders got bolder. Soon, the client states of the empire took notice. One of them was the distant coastal kingdom of Jollof, which was the first to declare independence. When Mali failed to march on Jollof and restore it to the empire, other client states who wanted independence saw their chance. Mali had always been a single ethnicity project. While it ruled over a large variety of regions and tribes, its kings and social
we're already
elite
seeing a lot
were
of
all
dams
drawn
busting
from a
out
people
underneath
known
the
as
dam or
Mande.
beside the dam. A lot of them because
They
expanding.
used the empire to project their power over the other groups. And this meant at the first sign of trouble, these other groups would seek to throw off the yoke of Mande rule. Suleiman, the uncle who had killed Mansa Musa's son, soon died himself and passed the throne to his son. He was in turn overthrown by another, who was overthrown by another.
That's what I've been saying too, Tom.
During this crisis, the average king ruled for barely more than a few years,
very few people
and the authority of the empire collapsed. Its client states broke free in droves, and one of these states was the wealth.
It's literally our friends and families that work for the police, and the army, in all nations. And all nations are what we would call controlled opposition through one company, corporation, whatever you want to call it, conglomeration of 180 nations that get their money printed from one bank, the Crown Vatican DC corporate bank. Now, what do they play it as, though? Literally in the news, what do you see? It's the American regime. Always a frontman. The American regime is over here doing this. The American regime, the American regime. We're being sold under the bus. You do see that, right? And we're waving our flags and marching right towards it. Yay! Yay. No. Not yay. Well, this time, as I am made to believe, because of the way things are going down with you and me, God's intervening. That creator of all. He's been invading these. The creator of all has been invading the God. And now all of a sudden you and I are reading our ancient language. I think God wants us to get back to original design because that's what we were drawing. Original design, not God worship. Poor little bugs. I'm back. I forgot to turn the sound on. We was talking. You check my bill. I got a bill. Oh man, they dropped the A. Finally. I've been getting my bill here for years. And when I signed up for Spectrum, I had gotten on the food stamp discount. Doing that, they naturally assumed my name was Erica. And why would that be? $22. Oh, I'm gonna turn on something colder.
The trade city of Gao. At this time, the king in Mali was a man named Musa II, but he was king in name only. He had an advisor and counselor known as Mari Jata, who appears to have been the true power in the empire. At one point, Mari Jata even threw the young king in a jail cell to keep him out of the way.
Any relation to my marijuana?
Because of this remarkable situation and the decades of civil war and financial mismanagement, in places like Gao, the legitimacy of the Mali Empire must have been at an all-time low. Mali's eastern provinces were now in open rebellion, and it's at this point that the city of Gao declared independence. For the royal vizier Mari Jata, the loss of this great city, more than any other of his rebellious client states, must have been a huge blow. He must have been determined to crush this rebellion. He immediately dispatched the great Malian army to restore order in the east. And the army had some success. They recaptured Takeda, an important copper mining town in the north. But when they reached Gao, the newly formed kingdom of Songhai put up a much greater fight.
Aren't good for you.
By this time, Gao had seized large territories in the east, strengthening their power.
Agree with you.
They may have also gathered together other elements of the resistance against Mali, forming a kind of rebel alliance.
God, that was good soup.
They relied on guerrilla warfare, raiding Mali's urban centers, often using riverboats on the Niger to deliver large amounts of troops right where they would be most effective, attacking swiftly and by surprise. These tactics allowed the kingdom of Songhai to tie up the larger but weakened army.
You know when I do shop? After Christmas. Everything. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's a better deal than Black Friday ever was. They start out at 50%, They work their way down to like 75% off and shit. You'd be like, damn, look, I just got a box of candy canes for a quarter. That's how that works. We all just talking nonsense over here. We fucking Moon's doing cartwheels. What? Speaking of which, is that yet? I want to see if that's come up yet on my page. Can't believe what I'm seeing. Not yet. Not just yet. See it in my studio. I can share it on my page too. Partially blocked. Oh no, that's not. That's the old upload. See, yeah, there's a couple of them that still ain't up here just yet. There's actually 2 or 3 in the upload process because they kept cutting it off. Says your video's currently being processed. Still. That was about 6 hours ago. So yeah, it's still not done processing after 6 hours. But it was an hour and a half video. I'm on FreeTube. I'm making excuses for these motherfuckers. I'm making sure this chat's gonna show though. I don't like the fact that it's not sharing it yet. I mean, it's been 6 hours and it's not showing on my page yet. I don't know. Did they do a finger test, Deborah? If they don't do a finger test, it ain't real. I can make 2 of them appear right here with 2 lens flares. Ooh, fancy, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. That's a problem. That's a big problem right there. Uh-oh, that's another problem with the finger test. You can get 2 flares moving around though, can't you? It looks like 2, and it looks like the same bubble fucking projection I've been talking about, right? But there's only one bubble projection, isn't there? The other one's just a candle flare rolling over the bubble projection. Do you see it? That's how you can tell if they're using a lens or not. But now that I've shown you, you've seen that a lot of times. There ain't no fucking question. A lot of people are trying to fool you. Am I saying that's not happening? No. I'm saying I've seen it with my own eyes, but I also know the difference between that and the reality of what I saw in my sky, because I saw it with my own eyes and it was totally different than that. Yes, no. It all works the same, doesn't it? The same laws of physics kind of attacks everything all at the same time. Fucking amazing. Yeah. When you look at something you can't explain, you should probably try and make a working model with what you do know, and you'll find something that makes sense to you. And if you don't, then it's magic. And I haven't found magic yet. Only magnet. Do I believe in magic? No. I really don't. Indigenous means Seven Spalding. Oh God. See, look, you're gonna make me cry with fond memories. I was sitting there watching him drunk as fuck one night, naked, on the toilet, yelling at Bobby Maverick, calling me a dirty hippie because Bobby had called him and told him that he drank too much. He went on like 6 hours sitting in the bathroom, butt naked, on the toilet, ranting about how he doesn't drink too much. And I'm like, this motherfucker here drinks too much. Everybody was like, "What? You ain't gonna freak out?" Because I was like, "No. Why would I? Why would I? Why would I add to that man's pain? Did you not see him sitting there drunk on his fucking toilet, fucking falling apart?" I don't need to make a video to fucking accentuate that. Jesus Christ. No, not. It didn't have anything to do with the fact that you were piss ass fucking drunk, rolling all over the goddamn place, fucking drinking while you're complaining about fucking somebody talking about how you drink too much. And it wasn't even a complaint, it was more like a suggestion. You know, you might drink a little too much there. Oh my God, it sent him off. Remember that show? That was great. That was just after I had done the interview with Seven. He begged me to. I didn't want to get hooked up with him at all. I thought Seven was off in left field before I even met Seven. I'd seen a couple of his videos and I was like, textbook fear porn. And crazy. All mixed in together. So I didn't even want to do the video or the interview with him. And honestly, look at the way the interview went with him. Did that on Bobby's channel a long time ago. If nobody met, you didn't miss much, actually. 7 wasn't there most of the time. He couldn't even keep up with a fucking linear conversation. It was different. So it doesn't. Well, look. Everybody in that whole organization had Blue Kool-Aid changed his name too, because his first day on the job, he come out talking about, I've never looked at a magnetosphere before. Let's see what we can look at. You might want to change your name after making an admission like that if you're going to base your channel on reading the magnetosphere. Right? Keep that under your hat. I can tell you where to go to hear those exact words coming out of his fucking mouth, though. WSO, the day after my fucking guy in Raw goes fucking interview. They can have fallen out of the window. Yeah, I mean, I ain't telling you not to watch him, motherfucker. He is quite an entertaining channel. I just choose not to entertain myself in watching someone's fucking absolutely terrorize themselves. That's not good entertainment. I did. I voiced that too. I was like, you people that are actually, his fans are perpetuating it. Him tearing himself down. They are perpetuating it and feeding into it. And that is what I find sad about it. That he's definitely needs help and he ain't getting it. Good question. Yeah, when you walk away from your body, you're attached by your cord. Good question. I don't know what the fucking cord is, but I know it's there. I myself have laid eyes upon it. Not walking about. Flying, to be exact, and it zipped me right back in. It was my fear, I think. Maybe that's what the silver cord was. Fear. Because I felt it pretty quick. When I start flying, I don't like flying. Not if I don't even like it if I'm ready for it. I just, okay, you get me past a certain height, it's like a spider. Just heights and spiders, man. Yeah, that's both subjects is a definite fuck no. Which one would be worse for me? Oh, Jesus. See? I'm getting vertigo thinking about it. I'm like, but you could, no, but you could, oh, God, no. But you could, oh, God. See? I'm bouncing from one fear to the other, and I'm like, I just don't know. Which one is? It's going to be probably heights. I think probably heights, maybe. Oh God, spiders. See, my magnet ain't calm now. I'm thinking of spiders and heights. I think I might get a little bit more excited about heights than spiders, maybe. It depends, man. The fucking situation, though. See, little spider over there, it ain't gonna bother me. But if I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of spiders and they all tarantulas and creepy looking motherfucker, I'm having problems. I'm having problems you ain't never counted on. You're like, oh God, am I safe? Are you safe from me? Maybe not at that point. You might I want to put a little distance between you and me if we're either surrounded by spiders or on heights, because I'm bound to do exactly what you didn't expect me to do, and we're both probably dead. How's that? I'm just letting you know, just in case the situation ever comes up. I'm just letting you know. Yep, gotta trust mother. The fucking spiders and heights, though. I'm just gonna freak out, man. Freak out. I'm being shown in both instances. I might as well just. I might as well just get ready to freak the fuck out, because we're gonna have a mixture of both at some point throughout the near future. Damn it. Damn it. See, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for this fucking high spider fucking attitude shit. And tilting and flipping and doing the whole reversing. And, you know, I'm sure most of you guys realize that, but I mean, who the fuck wakes up one day and says, you know, when I grow up, I want to hold a cardboard sign or make myself a fancy video about the world is coming to end, and you know, I want to be that guy. It's not what we aspire to be as children. There is no spoon. You don't like spiders either, sea dog? Spiders ain't cool. Not with this cat. CH says he don't want to meet some either. You don't do heights either? See me, CH, we're fucked. If anything ever happens with spiders or heights, call in a different hero because we need help. I have probably shit about my weight and shit at some point. Emperor has no clothes. Yeah, that's a tactic used a long time. And it deceives a lot of people. What's so crazy about it? We saw Eric Briggs over here talking about it. And every time he opened his damn mouth, I wanted to fucking laugh. Like, holy shit, dude. And I truly still want to hold on to the fact that maybe he's just that much of a fucktard. But I just can't accept that. Not, are you kidding me? Most of the world actually argues with me that it's impossible. I know better. It ain't doing cartwheels. And then you run into people like this talking about, no, it's just field rotation. It's fucking normal. Me either, Valerie. It's quite disturbing, though, isn't it? It's that fucking sudden stop. That sudden stop at the bottom. Yeah, it's. But I mean, like, I'll tell you what. My worst case scenario ever would be like, I don't know how it would ever happen. So I don't think it'll ever happen. But I mean, I've often had a nightmare about holding on to the pinnacle of a building. And that I don't have to be asleep for. I can just imagine it. It's like, I've seen those guys with the harnesses and shit, and they get up there and they're on the pinnacle and they're taking pictures of, like a class meeting together. No. See, you'd have to remove the pinnacle and lower us down together. Because if I ever got a hold of that motherfucker, I'm going to tell you something right now. I ain't letting go of it. I don't give a fuck if King Kong himself come up and grab a hold of me and say, come on, I got you. I'd be like, no, motherfucker, you taking the pinnacle too? It's attached now. I can't, ain't no way we're separate. Jesus. But I don't know if I could hold it. Oh my God. See, it makes me freak out just thinking about it. It's like, oh my God, what would I do? What would I do? I'd fucking, I don't know. I'd fucking have a heart attack and die before I hit the ground. I'll tell you that. I'd be freaking out up there. I'd be freaking out. It'd probably take me about 30 seconds to realize what situation I was in and be like, how the hell did I get here? And then that would be the last cognitive thought I had because my heart exploded through my chest. See? I already know. I'd be done. I'd be done. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't my hands are sweating just thinking about it. And it's a hypothetical. I'm sitting here in my fucking bedroom. You know what I mean? Couldn't deal. Unrational fucking fear. But I've had another life memory where I got shot and I fell to my death off a great big old steep blue tiled castle roof. That might have something to do with it. It just freaks me out to even think about heights. So I was up in framing homes one day and slipped in the valley of the roof, fell into the roof, and I was hot. They said I had heat stroke. I think I had heat stroke too because my eyes are different. Like I can open kind of thing. Shows better when I'm tired, but I was like in my early 20s and I fell down into the valley of the roof, kind of wedged in there. But I remember as I was doing that, I remember hitting the tar paper and the tar paper gave. And as soon as my leg kicked up, I was in a different poof. I was on a blue tile roof on a castle. I wasn't putting no fucking tar paper on a Florida fucking 1-story roof.
I was on a castle and I fucking had an arrow in my chest and I fell off of that fucking roof and it was tall. So that's my past life memory. I died. I remember more of it, but well, apparently the reason I was on the roof, I had climbed through the window of the child's room, coming out of the child's room, who was a prince, definitely a boy, and I killed it in its crib. I assassinated a baby and climbed out on top of the fucking roof and got shot in the fucking chest and fell to my death. Not very glamorous, not very proud of my fucking past life memory, but I remember it as a memory. From the moment I experienced the first time, it's been a memory, not anything but a memory. It's a memory. I remember doing it. Yeah, I don't know about the astral cord either. I don't know what the fuck it is, Tom. I haven't looked at it enough. I don't think anybody knows, really. Well, it was a purposeful act, actually. I was following orders. It wasn't even for personal gain, I don't think. Yeah, Glenn, I find it really odd that I would have that memory, though. It came to me in my late 20s, and I really didn't understand it uh, at first. And then it kept growing. I kept remembering. And I was like, oh, man, this is really weird. I was struggling with it long ago. But I finally came to accept the fact that, okay, I probably just had one of those past life things, and mine wasn't good. Put it that way. I'm convinced that's what happened. Maybe that's why I've been trying to help children my whole life. I don't know. See, it gets interesting when you sit and think about it philosophically. Like, is that why I put so much effort into this with fighting for children all the time? Yeah, I know how innocent they are. That's why I was like, fucking, I killed a baby in the crib with a knife, dude, in a previous life. I mean, you can't prosecute me for something I did centuries ago, and I can't even prove that I did myself. I don't know. I feel like I did. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Took me a long time to realize, that this is actually probably a memory because, like I said, that day it came back as a flash, and I was like, what the fuck was that? And then it just kind of set in as a memory.
a lot more expanded than what it took me days and weeks and for it to kind of come back and the feelings for it. And I'm like, wow, I'm convinced it happened. When? I don't know. It was a bow and arrow that shot me, though, off the roof. I can tell you that. I had an arrow in my chest. It was fucking freaky. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Giving up your idea. Yeah, I don't know what the hell kind of tech they got. They got a lot more tech than what we've been told, man. Let alone since the cuneiform, they've had 6, 7, how many thousand, 10,000 maybe years to advance their own technology. Yeah. No, they're light years ahead of where they were. But they still can't penetrate the creators, guardians, the mother's forces. To tell you a little bit of something, who controls the atomic level of creation, right? At all times. I don't care how technically advanced they are. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. And I don't care if they have my DNA personally. It's okay. Mom and dad got my DNA too. They also got my back. Yeah. Things have been growing recently, Glenn. I'll tell you. And yeah, I thought I was doing good when I got involved in the government. I'd been fighting them for so many years. I figured I could do better from the inside. And for a few years, it seemed like I was actually doing some pretty good fucking works. And I came up to the big picture and realized it was all just a fucking dog and pony show, bro. And it was all bent around this centuries plan about getting what they need off of us and then letting us wash away. They've gotten better at controlling our population over the eons, of course. You can see where we fought them back. We used to slaughter them sometimes. They didn't like that shit. You know, we'd be cutting their heads off over in Europe, and they didn't like that shit. You see, they had to change their fucking system, and they've had a long time to practice manipulation. And boy, are they good. But it only takes a small truth to kill their whole lot. We can begin with the moon. That at least gives people a clear view that there is something huge going on. Without question, the government knows. And without question, they are not warning anybody. They do. They do want us to die, Glenn, and I can't sit quietly and just let that happen. Yeah, doctors suck, Tom. Keep your distance from them. That's my best advice to you. I went into my son's birth doctor and almost ripped her out of there fucking getting violent. I was physically escorted out, all that good shit. And I realized if I'd have hurt the woman, I'd have been in shit. And my son would have been in the world of shit. But I was mighty fucking pissed off. She almost killed my son twice that day. And then I almost got in a fight with another doctor 3 years later who almost documentedly at Children's Hospital almost killed my son twice in one day. Sitting in my arms, feeding the fucking air in his tube that long. Doctor said, told me straight up, man, if you hadn't done what you did, your son would have died in your lap and there would have been nothing even I could do about it. So he reported it. And the doctor that next day would come in there. And the reason I had been complaining in the first place was about the doctor. Because she had him on this fucking IV shit on a feeding tube, actually. She had him on an IV and a feeding tube. The feeding tube was pumping a grown adult medication for laxative into him. And at the maximum rate for an adult was 6 hours feed. He had been on it for almost 12 hours at that time. When I finally got the fucking reading chart from the hospital pharmacy talking about the adult, I took him off of that. And she went in after I went to the PR and the other doctor reported her to PR. She went and co-reported me for refusing treatment for my son and fucking was going to fucking charge me with shit. Almost ate that bitch's fucking face off in the fucking PR office. And basically what was decided was there will be no charges. This man is going home with his child and he won't be coming back because you're a fucking cunt. You're going back on review. She didn't get fired, but she should have. She should have got her ass handed to her. She comes at me. Seriously, these are her words, the doctor. I'm standing there holding the goddamn toxology report on the drug she was giving my son and the method to give and all that, all the dosage and all that shit. And she says to me, who are you going to believe, Facebook or you're a fucking doctor with fucking multiple years of school? I said, then what, 2 years of practice? Practice, because you're practicing and it ain't perfect. You fucking cunt. I got this from your goddamn pharmacy in this hospital. You can't read the goddamn font on the front. It's your hospital's information. It ain't fucking Facebook. Fuck you, you fucking cunt. I went off on her, needless to say. And the administrator agreed. She was a fucking cunt. She couldn't understand normal thinking because I was indeed holding the hospital's letterhead in my hands. She's talking about, oh, you gonna believe on Facebook rather than a doctor? I got it from your goddamn pharmacy, bitch. Oh my God. I wanted to eat her. I really did. I wanted, and not in a good way. I want to just fucking thin slice that bitch. She's pate. Okay, fucking liver. Just yeah, thin slice, bitches. Come get your pate. This goose is cooked. So I understand your pain, Tom. Let it go. Just see doctors as few and far between as possible. And when you do have to see one, keep your head on a fucking swivel, dude. The motherfuckers are out to kill you. That ain't no shit, man. Yeah. Fucking medical doctors. You go to them for help. Just keep in mind what are they good for? Trauma medicine. That's about it. If you got your guts hanging out, you might want to go see one. You're already going to die, right? What could they do? That's kind of my policy. Yeah, my daughter's batshit nuts. And it's because the doctor's fucking kidnapping mother. There you go, CH. I'll give you the needle and thread first. You know, I actually have it certified that I am not batshit nuts. I literally do. Madera County in health clinic because I had to get evaluated for my mental health, and it took 6 months to be evaluated fully. Twice a week, I had to go in, and I did this for the privilege of speaking to my minor child across state lines because my mother had informed wrongly a couple of doctors that I was indeed schizophrenic. And she had done this for the purpose of getting my then 12-year-old daughter on lithium because you can't treat anybody with lithium unless you have a propensity to hereditarily be schizophrenic. My mother lied to 2 fucking doctors and got my daughter on fucking lithium until she was almost 20. And it ate up her fucking mind. And I actually had, because she not only told doctors this, she told the state of fucking South Carolina this. So my daughter being in trouble and being a ward of the state, I had to prove to the state of South Carolina that I am not schizophrenic. And I did that through 6 months of fucking mental fucking evaluation at the county of Madera in California, mental fucking health clinic for 6 fucking months. And my doctor said I was probably more sane than he was. And he doesn't know how I maintained my sanity just from the fucking picture of why I was in his office. He said he would have lost his fucking nut and gone and killed somebody already. I'm not kidding. That's what my fucking psychiatrist told me. He's like, dude, you ain't schizophrenic. He told me that the first day. But to satisfy the needs of the goddamn state of South Carolina in writing, he complied. The county complied and let me fucking go through a 6-month fucking mental evaluation of my fucking mental health. So I am the only person I am aware of on the planet that actually has a piece of paper saying on file, on medical file, that I am not schizophrenic. So I like that shit. That is some fucking bullshit right there. Using medical fucking profession as a fucking demonic fucking tool. You know why my mom wanted her on lithium? Because she was playing with herself in the fucking back seat. That's it. That's the reason I was given. Well, thank you, Debbie. I know I'm not insane. I've got a piece of paper declaring that I'm not. By professionals. Jesus Christ. I honestly, I don't know anybody else that's ever had to do that personally. I mean, I can only imagine maybe there has been at times that I actually had to go through that process to be able to even speak with my daughter. They were fucking really stringent about it too, dickheads. And once I got it faxed over to them, I could talk to her. I went through all that shit, and she was like 17 and a half by the time I could talk to her. So it was good for 6 months. You know, by the time she was 18, she could talk to me legally. Yeah, life does suck sometimes. Well, look at what happened with me and my son. I had to fight for custody 12 times in just Fresno. I had to fly. His grandmother says, "Come rescue my son, my grandson, or I might not have one." I had to get on a plane and go face. She told the judge I was abusing her. I actually had a warrant out for my arrest in Pennsylvania. I flew from where I was safe to go put myself in jeopardy of being arrested and prosecuted to save my son. And when I landed, I went straight to the fucking courthouse. I actually stayed in the airport until it became time that I knew I would get to the courthouse about time it opened, because I did not want anybody running into me in Pennsylvania without me being right there. I didn't want to be arrested before I got there. You know what I mean? I went straight from the fucking boom right to the courthouse. And I met his grandmother and grandfather at the courthouse. And they didn't even talk. I didn't even talk to. I never even saw the judge. My ex had left her fucking diary at our house, and I took the diary in because I knew I'd never hit her. So he goes and he starts reading the diary, and I didn't even know what dates or anything or any instances. All I knew is she had accused me. Well, I got a copy of the whole thing. Actually, I got the original because they removed it from the record. It never existed in Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Ever existed. I've got the only copy. I made 3 copies that day before I left the courthouse. But they fucking took it up to the fucking judge, and the judge read her diary and exactly explained the 2 instances she said I was hitting her. She admitted she was the one getting violent with me and didn't know how I put up with her bullshit. Consistently throughout her own diary to herself. all throughout the whole almost 9 years we'd been together. Removed it directly out of the record in the court clerk's office. She walked me to the records department and removed it herself and told me very specifically, if I was you, I would make copies, because if she tries to come back with you on this, we don't have record this ever happened. Had the police escort me to where they knew she was and got my son, and I took him back home. 2 days later, the Fresno courts administered a restraining order against me because she brought her copy of that order and filed it in Fresno County, California. Told this judge that I had lied to a judge out there about I didn't even talk to the judge. I just told you that. And they gave her full custody instantaneously. And I had been telling my lawyer from the moment I returned, dude, you need to do something. She's going to come back and she's going to fucking try to fucking do this. And I'm in a biased system. You have to make sure somebody knows something. He kept saying, no, nothing we can do. And there ain't nothing she ain't going to do nothing. She ain't going to be able to. At midnight, they came in and took my son. So a week later, I'm standing in court with no lawyer. I won full custody back after educating the judge on legal marijuana and medical treatments. She not only gave me full custody, but she gave me the first ever written in an order of custody to be able to medicate and plant and grow marijuana around my minor child. I was setting precedents all over the fucking place because I fired my lawyer and I did my homework and I stood up in court and I proved my case that he refused to do so. A straight line? That's actually pretty interesting. I've been in circles all over the damn place. So I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off all over the place. I lived on a boat once. That was my home. I've lived on a couple of boats. The one I was thinking about was the Texas, but come to think of it, I rented a 40-foot cabin cruiser that was moored in the Gulf of Mexico, just south of Rat Key, just south of Key West, for 6 months. Lived on that motherfucker. Rode in on a Gilligan skiff every day to town, boy. And I lived on a shrimp boat for about a month. I'll never do that one again. It was pretty cool. It was, except in the shrimp boat situation, it wasn't so cool. I didn't have a good time there at all. And my girlfriend got in a fight with the captain's wife while I was out on the captain's boat. She met us at the dock. She was mad. She was spitting mad. And she had on these big sunglasses. And she took off her sunglasses. I swear to God, this bitch's eye looked like a football somebody had just shoved into her fucking socket. His mother fucked this bitch up. She was still mad when she met us. She had drove from Tampa, disappeared after they fought. Both of them had disappeared. We couldn't find either one of them. And his old lady showed up on the dock. Mine had gone to Philadelphia back to her daddy's. That's where I found her. But fucking the captain's old lady shows up on the dock. I swear to God, she had this big old fucking shiner on her fucking eye. She was so mad. Oh boy. She said, I don't know where that bitch went. I was like, she probably went back to Philly, be with her dentist daddy. That's where she was. Yeah, that's weird. I said in 1 month I lived there. I remember we were doing a lot of circles while we were traveling in the Navy. We'd do that. We'd circle around and act like we're just meandering around. We ain't really going nowhere, and then we'd end up somewhere. So depending on what day, and then I lived in an RV. I lived in an RV for fucking like 4 years with his mother, 4.5, with his mom traveling around the country. That was some fun shit. That was better than a boat. Yeah, all day. I didn't have to worry about sinking. All I had to do was worry about fucking people running into it. That happened enough. Like 3 times in 4.5 years. Yeah, I've got a few. God, we were sitting around. I don't even remember what we were talking about yesterday up at Anna's. Everybody, oh God, I remember. My ex-wife, my only soulmate I've ever met. Craziest fucking bitch next to his mom. See, I've got a whole line of girlfriends that really put the extra effort in to prove who is the craziest bitch I've ever gone out with. I'll be honest with you, from moment to moment, it would be hard to separate and tell which one came out on top, to be honest, God, because they were all pretty much the same woman in build and attitude. They were all about that big, and they were certain they were going to take everybody out with them at some point. Which point to be decided later, or upon any whim they might choose. So, yeah, I was telling some stories about both of them actually freely because there's nobody else around. So we just won't talk about that tonight. Because I don't. That's between me and my memories of what happened a long time ago. That don't need to be repeated around some companies. We don't always need the whole story, do we? You ain't even talking enough, Tom. I do. I talk a lot too, Glenn. I talk a lot too. I keep saying, if people took all my fucking life experiences and put it into a book, because I'm not going to write the motherfucker. They'd look at it as like science fiction or some shit. Because ain't nobody lived that much. But then, cross reference, people be like, so Terry Gilliam, what do you think of this catfish character? He was balls out on my fucking stage, yo. See, and you'll get confirmations throughout history like this because I've been doing it. I just never sit still too long. Look, right now, what have I been doing this week? I'm going and knocking on fucking Masons' doors and trying to get in the fucking temples. Fought wars over for decades and centuries and eons. Well, I did give a little bit of an update in one of the videos that we did today, but I'll give another update. Nothing happened, but I made an appointment. So I didn't get to meet a dragon. I've met a couple of lower tier masons, and I'm supposed to come back at another undisclosed time soon to an appointment in the Springs. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. So yeah, it's kind of a stalemate with me trying to locate the right people. I have a feeling it's probably going to happen on the side of the Jesuits and the Templars faster than it does on the Native American side. I don't know. I know these people better than I know that culture. You know? I think that's maybe the doors I'm supposed to be knocking on. Would I like to play a game? Well, I'm pretty good at chess. Global thermonuclear war. No, I don't want to play that one. I'm trying to get that one from being played again. From what I read in the cuneiform, we've already played that a few times and didn't like the way it happened. Fucking black clouds of death killing everybody. Lamentations of Ur. Black clouds coming in, the animals laying to waste in the field, blah, 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 all that good stuff. Yeah, the history does repeat, Glenn. That's because we've got a solar system coming in, and these Anunnaki have been using it systematically to destroy us and use it as an excuse to thin the herd. That's the only reason it's repeating itself is because of them and their influence. I really believe that. Now, without their influence, how would it repeat itself? We would probably be all happy and cooperative and loving and repeatedly protect all the bunnies from this solar interaction that we were created to do just exactly that. Smoking marijuana and dancing naked in the fucking park. Without that influence, I mean, we would be in nature. We would be doing what we were created to do naturally, and we wouldn't even think about it twice. You know what I mean? It would be a happy time. I think that this time it's going to change also, Glenn. Personally, because our creator has gotten involved at this point, and I have to be convinced of that. Yeah, I don't know how deep you've gone into my videos. I've exposed all of these prophecies for what they are. Except for the ones including my stupid ass that wakes up and starts reading these fucking hieroglyphs. And I also, in one of my older videos, point out the Hopi started in Giza, and they got their Mayan prophecy straight out of the hands of Enki himself in Giza. And it became the Mayan prophecy when they came out this side as the Hopi people, or as the Anasazi, their ancestors. And that developed into the Hopi prophecy today. And that's why it carries the mark. And that's why it talks about the ancient languages and all this and that other thing, because the creator of all has been showing this to Enki. and in Little, and we've been hearing about it prior to them writing the so-called prophecy. We've got a whole timeline on that Mayan prophecy now, up to the Hopi prophecy exactly, and where it originated. And it wasn't even the Mayan is where it originated at all. It originated in Giza. And they spelled their name differently. It's still pronounced Hopi. But I put that on a previous video, what the name of it is. Fuck if I remember. But I go over the actual original Hopi prophecy. What happens to every atom, I don't know. Through an atomic or through a nova event, something explosive like that, Glenn, a very huge exchange of power blows out atoms and changes them. If you're not in the, it's all about frequency. If you're not on the right frequency, you're just going to be shredded by that. What are you doing? You're just going to be shredded by that energy. She goes over here on my lap. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's this guy. He's causing trouble down at foot level. He detained me with his lover code. He says, I've been ignored long enough. You need to give me love. He needs his lap required vitamin intake. He just eating me. He just, oh, kisses. Stinky breath. Stinky breath. He's just a baby. Cute. He's so cute. Patches is a loving hound. She thinks she's as big as Chico. And she does different things to your lap than Chico will. She'll crush that shit. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be shredded, Glenn. I get the feeling that you won't. I get the feeling when Mama starts screaming, come on, Glenn, I need your help, you're going to be there. I just got that feeling. She'll talk to you clearer than I do. Yeah, she's definitely a good watchdog. She is that. She's very protective, especially of Seamus. Well, I can even get near that boy. We're hugging and she don't like it. Or maybe it's she doesn't like him hugging me. Little Chico, you're so teeny. I just want to rub you until you're nothing. You're shiny one. You rub the baby, rub him and pet him and shake him and scratch his butt. Scratch his crazy little dog butt. He fell down. But he couldn't take it off. He's just a baby. He's just a little baby. Look at his poor little tail. I thought the lady that owned him before had beat up his tail, but that's actually a birth trait of a purebred Chihuahua. I didn't know that. I felt sorry for him forever. I was like, oh, poor guy. He got his fucking tail slammed in the door. It's not actually what happened at all. Nothing happened. He was just born that way. And it's tender to him. He doesn't like it being messed with, so I don't mess with it. Oh my God. Then there was Patches. What's wrong, Patches? Timmy's in the well? Really? What's he doing in the well? You don't know? Why don't you tell Seamus to go take you out there and get Timmy? Go tell Seamus. I want to go find Timmy. She thinks Timmy's in the well, bud. She's excited. Look at her. Tell him. So Timmy's in the well. Not me. Go tell him. Go tell him. Not me. Go tell him. Right there. That's it. I've had enough of you barking at me. I heard about Timmy and his well-being. Seamus! Did you hear Timmy's in the well? He heard. You know what he said? He don't give a fuck. Oh. Poor Timmy. Who's a happy dog? Fucking crazy, crazy happy dog. She is crazy. She lost her fucking mind a long time ago. I think Seamus dropped her on her head. Timmy's long gone, Dad. I know. Seamus says he can't even find a fucking well. So I'm wondering what Patches is talking about. Oh, her getting love. Her getting love. Her getting love. Oh. All right, that's enough dog love. Take him out.
No, I don't think it's enough.
She does. She's being tortured. Listen to her. He's giving you love. Eat him. Eat him. That's kind of funny looking though. All I see is her jaw sticking out, barking out from under your hair. So it looks like she's got your hair. And she's barking. That's actually some funny looking shit. All of a sudden, Patches has nothing hit me there. Go get Timmy. Go get him. Go get Timmy. Go get him. She seems in a rage, yes. She's just fucking standing here barking sideways out of her head. Goddamn Timmy. There's something wrong with that dog. A gas stove? Yeah. I got a gas furnace. It won't work when the electric's off either, though. Unfortunately. It's air driven, forced air driven. Wood heats the best. Right there. Because if the gas company loses its electric, there's a good chance they're not going to be able to pump gas through that line. And once that line gets depressurized, you're out of gas.
Well, what everybody's tools are is their magnet. And she'll talk to them. She'll talk to everybody, Tom. It just, are you listening right? Or are you talking right? Can she even hear you? She don't understand much from up here. This is her language. It used to be our only language, and it's still her language. So she understands that and believes that more than anything coming out of here when you're trying to talk to her or the creator. That just simple deduction right there. You got your fucking instantaneous connection right there on your magnet. It is going to hurt, Glenn said. Well, sometimes it hurt me in a way. It really did. Well, I documented it. I thought I had lost my mind. I was not ready to accept that our planet was a living creature. No, out. That wasn't, No, go walk your dogs. That's what I mean. In English this time. Doing out there 2 minutes. Everything is an illusion? Yeah, not really. Everything is connected at 1748 hertz, which gives it that field of impression because every atom rides it at electromagnetic field. But there's matter, and then there's energy, and then there's energy moving through matter. Matter is real. But it's governed by universal laws and all that good stuff. Yeah. Now, can you change matter? Can you change the way things are going? Yes. Is there a better chance of us doing it when there's a bunch of us doing it? Fucking ain't right. Is anything going to happen outside of meekness for the Creator and Mother Earth? Not a fucking thing. That's how it works. You can change anything you want as long as it's out of meekness, serving creation. You can even interstellar travel to other places in the universe. But you can't do it on a machine. Now, if we sat, here's how the process works, and this is how it's been explained to me by several indigenous tribes after I discovered the process. They create a love circle or a community circle or a community whole where they overlay each other in their straight hearts, and they walk through the convergence with a straight heart intent to end up in a certain position. Now, if you go full energy through that portal, you will come back out as a physical manifestation on whatever planet you come in. And that process aligns your frequencies so you can live on that fucking planet in a straight heart with the other beings on that fucking planet. That's how creation is meant to happen. Now, if you go from planet to planet on a fucking spaceship, like the Anunnakis do, you're going to have what? And we've heard it. Like I said, we just covered this. What happens when you fly from here to there? You get sick, you have madness, and you die because you don't have your human frequency, because your physical manifestation still belongs to this planet here, not this one.
That's how this Lokoidasu and the Aniuagi tribe, I can't even pronounce these fucking people. That's how they say they got here. In a cloud of a white mist or a green mist, or there's a few, thank you, sir. There's a few different tribes that came here in different mists in the same process. And if you come through that process, you can go anywhere in creation and be of that planet and live a full life. As long as you're in harmony and don't divide. Everything, the same rules everywhere. And I was like, wow, man, that's fucking amazing. And all of these guys told me the same thing. One planet has one tribe, and then when the population gets to be too much, we can spread out through creation doing this. I'm like, wow, that's fucking crazy. But it's all universally, it follows the laws of physics. I'm like, holy shit. So I'm not crazy. Damn it. Walking through a portal that we made with our heart energies, opposing those magnet forces and making basically the Lazarus seat, that seat which you can talk directly to God with. They even talk about that shit in the Bible. And it's created by a machine, which is funny enough, two opposing magnet cherubs on a capacitor. Well, we have that potential to do that when two or more come in together in his name, because in meek and in love, you're going to harness Mother's planet strength, and then we'll be two opposing cherub fucking magnets with a greater force than our combined or combined fucking normal force. So it, it's so fucking simple. Like I said, the only reason we never saw these things, we never had a reference to center and look out with. All these are mysterious fucking drawings. What were we doing? Oh, they look like phonetics. They weren't phonetics, they were physics. I know, right? How you doing, Valeria? Valerie? Yeah, they want us to keep separated any way they can, physically now even. And it's getting to the point of ridiculousness. They want to make sure all the bases are covered because we're coming into natural disaster season. And they want us as far away from each other and afraid of each other as we can be. Afraid somebody's going to give us COVID if we run up to make sure they're okay. And there's people out there with that fear in their heart. I think I should have coughed up hash. He's feeling much better. Thank you. Yeah, he was better that night. He wanted to stay up late. Like, oh no. But yeah, it was orange juice. Sent the kid to school for an hour and he comes home sick. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking nuts. Yeah, you might want to keep your masks for the ash that's coming, right? Because we all know there's ash coming. I can't believe they turned, and I keep going to my fucking website, my Quake site. The bastards turned it into a porno fucking site, dude. Eric Briggs, you are unscrupulous. Excuse me. I just puked on my keyboard. Oh, big push. Eating nothing for hours on the USGS feed either. See, and I'm seeing it roll around. All these feeds have different times cut off on them. Nothing is consistent over here, and it hasn't moved for the last 2 hours either. Where is my homebrew? Yeah, so reporting data apparently has frozen again for hours and fucking hours today. At least I'm seeing my helioplots frozen for a long time now. Yeah, it's bedtime. Thank you, Wolf. It's about 10 o'clock. I need to get a. Actually, I have big plans. See, I have this. I'll show you what I plan to do when I leave. So I have these. This is vanilla bath soak, and this is rose bath soak. So I have had. I can't promise you how good this is going to come out or not. I haven't tried it yet. Tonight, I have plans to emerge from my bath smelling like a vanilla rose. So that's my big plans for the night. I'm going to run an experiment, see if these things mix, and I smell like a vanilla rose. Get my dress. It's about bedtime. Soaking in the vanilla rose. I'm going to give it a shot. I ain't never tried it. This is the first time I ever tried bath salts. Because I got them for $1, and I know these motherfuckers ain't cheap. I was like, man, I know my shit smells like roses. I might as well smell like roses, right? I mean, and then as a bonus, I got the vanilla, and I kind of like the vanilla. It smells good, and I've used more of that than the rose. But I was thinking about combining the two and seeing what happens. We'll take a chance. I might blow up. It does. That's a good one, though. Hey. Keep in mind, My shit smells. I mean, they could bottle that. Couldn't tell the difference. Rosie. Telling. Okay, you can tell I'm lying, right? I do too. I hope I don't smell like that. I smell like a foot. It'd be better than that. All right, y'all. I will be back at it tomorrow. At what point? I don't know. I'm probably going to... Let me see what's going on up here. What are you so excited about? Did you find Timmy finally? You did? She's excited. All right. All right, y'all. Hey. You have a good night. I'm going to go take it easy for the rest of the night and find myself a pillow. And I can't wait until my shit fucking gets done doing its thing, because I want to see Eric Briggs again. Had a great hour and a half then. So this has been a good show. Thank you all for coming and hanging out and putting up with my bullshit. And we'll see you tomorrow for more bullshit. Oh shit, I pushed the wrong button. You're still here.